Animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Africa Safari. A very good morning, everyone. It's a beautiful morning and we are already at the banks of the Mara River. My name is Isaac and on camera I have Big James. Already we're back here to try and find you another crossing. Remember yesterday we were here but we couldn't find one. Remember to talk to us on Twitter, hashtag CGTNWild and hashtag Wild Earth. Comments and questions are very, very welcome. Already I have found the residents of the Mara River. The weather today in the Masai Mara is around 27 degrees Celsius, so it's perfect. It's a perfect start for all of us. Yeah, remember these are the resident hippos we've been finding here every day, and soon or later they start going out onto the beach if the sun comes out. The river is slightly lower today, and so it's not as fast as it was the last couple of days. I can see a few rocks, and now we have even hippos parking onto the left side, which was not the case a few days ago. It looks like that guy has gone through quite a lot. Look on his back, looks like he's been in a fight. Even at the looks of his body, he looks like he's not very, very healthy. So he's keeping those wounds. Yeah, looks like he's been quite a lot, and that's why he's all alone there. Yeah, I don't know if the gremlins are getting into our airwaves. Every now and then something is happening. But yeah, also I have a resident croc. Looks like I have a resident cock. He's very early out of water. I think he's trying to get that much needed sun so he's able to swim faster and maybe grab a wildebeest or a zebra when they do come across. Of course, it's very unpredictable. Although we're here, we don't know when it's going to happen. It's all a matter of luck. Well, yeah, looks like that guy is not looking very well. The sound of the river is still the same, very soothing. Our crossing, it's very, very empty. I'm hoping that anytime soon or later when it warms up, we might get some zebra coming down. We had some rain yesterday, which is much, much needed. Remember, this is not our rainy season, but we do get this unexpected rain and pockets of them raining here and there. Over in camp we didn't get any, but there is some here, which is much, much needed because it was very dusty over here. I'm gonna stay here and hopefully there's gonna be something when you come back.
Well, Isaac, good luck and stay right where you are, because we have learned with time is our patience that always bears some good fruit, and by staying there, chances are these animals might cross. Now, we've got some beautiful birds at a particular spot there. Are you happy there, Bungay? Early mornings are always very good. I'm sure you know we are always out on safaris early in the mornings and late in the afternoons, because that's the time when the temperatures are cool or are down, and the life here is always more active and more busy. And for those who loves birds, Africa is wonderful to get to see so many bird species. Now, if you look there, we got about 2 or 3 different bird species. Toy, you're asking how large is the Masai Mara? The Masai Mara is massive, it's huge, and we are talking of about 1,500 square kilometers. It's divided into two. We have what we call the Greater Mara or the Main Mara, whereas where I am now, this is called the Mara Triangle. So the Main Mara is about 1,000 square kilometers, and the Mara Triangle is about 450 or 500, thereabout, square kilometers. You may also want to know why we call it the triangle. If you look at the shape of a triangle, or you get a chance and look at the map of the Mara, you're going to see the very famous river where Isaac is. That's called the Mara River. And then Kenya borders a country called Tanzania, which is also the boundary between the Masai Mara Game Reserve and the Serengeti National Park. So that's the other arm of that triangle. And then we have one very big escarpment, if you maybe watched the movie Out of Africa, that is called the Olololo. So if you get a chance, you'll see that's how we describe the Mara Triangle, by seeing the Olololo escarpment, the Mara River, and the boundary between Kenya and Tanzania. Maybe along the drive today, we'll give you a chance to see that. In the months of June, July, August, going to September, sometimes early October, the Mara becomes very famous because we usually see thousands and thousands of animals called wildebeests and zebras, and sometimes big antelopes called elands moving together in what we call the migration. And the migration story is a wonderful story to follow.
Thundering storms of East Africa are something to behold. They feed the meandering Mara River and nourish the grassy plains. Every year, the migration herds stream across from the Serengeti into the Masai Mara. Following the storms in search of greener pastures. The zebra vanguard are the first to venture across the river. Those that survive the rapids, rocks, and ready predators are rewarded, feasting on the untouched plains of red-oat grass. The zebras cut the long grasses, preparing them for the remaining grazers. It is now the time for the body of the migration. Countless wildebeest and Thompson's gazelle gather along the banks of the Mara River. Like the zebra herds before them, they must face many challenges. As every antelope's ability is put to the test. Their legs must carry them across the currents and find grip along the slippery rocks. Although safety is often found in numbers, it is every antelope for itself. Until the survivors meet again on the other side to relish in the grassy rewards. And then, as is nature's way, it comes time to cross the river again as the herds continue to follow the life-giving storms and nourishing plains.
Hello, welcome back. I'm still here and this is my duty for the morning to be here just in case something comes so we don't miss it. Yeah, it's always nice to see these wildebeest, crossing the river, and you always ask yourself why they do it. But it's an ancestral route that they follow. They follow pastures, and also mating forces them to come up here in the Masai Mara. This is the river they have to crisscross, and it brings a lot of excitement when they do that. It is the ultimate thing to see in the migration. Of course, seeing the thousands and hundreds out in the plains is always exciting. Also, hippos at this time of the year are usually displaced sometimes or disturbed during the day when they're catching their much needed sleep. They will be disturbed, but they always know that the wildebeest are going to leave, and so the norm is going to come back. Talking about the migration, maybe you haven't heard much about it, but they are already in Kenya, in the Masai Mara, here in the Mara Triangle, and also on Greater Mara. They had been crossing the previous weeks to the other side. We have seen a good number of them cross back to this side, but I'm still waiting for more thousands that are still across. Of course, it is hard to predict when they are going to come back, because it's been raining, and what forces them to crisscross sometimes is the urge to drink. So while there is too much water up there, I don't know when they are going to come down to have a drink.
Yeah, it's very true. If the grass will have so much water, they'll be getting grass that is full of moisture, and they may not come to the river. But who knows? Now, the hyenas we saw for a few seconds disappearing in the thickets, and I told you I'm going to wait for them. They are all here. They are all out, and I've counted like 20 plus hyenas. This is a very huge pack, and I'm guessing this clan of hyenas here is what we call the North Clan. And I'm sure most of you know the North Clan that are led by the very famous matriarch called Wafos. I got a feeling there could have been a kill in the thicket we saw earlier. And what happened is they all went in there. And once they got there, I think they got the pride of lions there. And because before he moved on, I had a little growl. And I'm thinking the pride of lions just fought these hyenas off, and they couldn't stand them. I just want to reverse a little bit and see if we have another chance to catch up with these hyenas again. Just hold on right there, don't go anywhere. And this is the North Clan. Hold on. They're right here, and the big number, and I think those lions must have fought them off, and they thought they couldn't stand them. I would be surprised to know which pride that was that has been able to fight about 20 hyenas away. So right there. Okay, most of them are on my right. Are you happy there, Bungay? And you can see what they're doing. They're retreating now to their den. There must have been a standoff in that bush. And for the hyenas to give in, I'm very surprised. And because we are very close to the Mara River, I got a feeling, chances are, that pride of lions was on the other side of the river and not this side. And hyenas in water are not very good. Otherwise, more often than not, when you get a battle between these two predators here, the hyenas always win. Lauren, you'd like to know whether I have seen Wafos recently. Not really. I have not seen her, and we have been a little concerned where she has been, but I want to tell you some pretty good news from the Michigan State University researchers who have been following these hyenas, or this particular clan, for years and years, maybe over 30 years. They have said Wafos is fine, and she is doing very well. So good news, Lauren, that matriarch is perfect wherever she is. But we have been having lots of rain in the Masai Mara, and the direction they're facing into, that's where maybe their current den is. And looking at the geology of the Mara, it has lots of black cotton soil. It becomes very tricky and very difficult for us to drive there. But, as I said, the good news is workforce is there. And as soon as we're able to support her for you, we'll let you know. And maybe also find out how the granddaughter Soup is doing. Well, we'll move on. And my plans today is to look for lions and possibly giraffes and elephants. What a beautiful day. Now, the Masai Mara Game Reserve has a number of dens. I mean, the two main ones that we know is one called the North Clan that we were just talking about, that's led by the matriarch called Wafus. And then there's another den, or there's another clan that's called the Happy Zebra Clan. There are lots of them, and we'll have a chance to learn more about the same.
In the Mara, hyenas occupy burrows underground, safe havens for mischievous cubs. As they explore their small world and learn their place in the clan's hierarchy. The den has no physical boundary, with other residents passing by all the time. Sometimes the outside world will encroach on their space, threatening the safety of the den. Young hyenas must then learn the difference between bravery and discretion. Whilst the mothers protect the sanctity of the clan home, older members, battle-scarred from their fair share of fights, are constantly on alert. The cubs continue their adorable ways, undeterred by potential dangers. They hone their own skills through playful antics, enjoying the ignorance of youth.
Welcome back. Of course, hyenas are one of my favorite animals, and they always make me laugh, and also I love their family dynamics. Yes, of course, I'm still here. The river is still running, and I have nothing much that has arrived, but I still have the river. That is the place where they have to cross, and it's an added advantage to be here because I know, if they have to cross, this is where they will be. And so I have to wait just here. Is that Liz? You ask, how long can a hippo hold its breath underwater? Well, it depends on what is forcing it to stay underwater. Under serious threat, I think it can hold it up to around, 5 minutes. And maybe under very serious threat, it can hold it maybe even up to 6 minutes. I've never really checked that, but I think 5 minutes I have. But normally they will breathe every about 2.5. And because they have their noses right at the tip of their, like their forehead, they just need to lift, their nose slightly, and they can suck in air while still fast asleep. I think it's a mechanism that they have developed that they know whenever we need air, we just need to lift the head and just breathe. But under threat, they will go for much longer. Of course, I think we can hold our breath maybe up to 4 minutes. I don't know if it's that. Yeah, but here, so the hippos take it, to hold it underwater. Yes, we are here, and the main reason is to wait for somebody to come and cross. And from across a long distance away, I will be sharing that with you. There is a few topi that are approaching. I don't know if they are grazing or they are, just sitting there. But, they look like, there's something that they are watching. Do you see them, James? There we are. Oh, there's only about 6 of them. Yes, 7. Yeah, I think 8. That is a good sign, because I don't know if they were lying down. I didn't see them earlier. But these animals are part of the migrating herds. Of course, we do have resident herds. In case you don't know what is a topi, it's a large antelope weighing up to around 250 kilos and one of the fastest in the African plains. They do migrate, amounting to around 20,000. It is only found in the Mara and parts of northern Serengeti. Yeah, we are back to the crocodile. This is the famous Nile crocodile, an inhabitor of all African lakes and rivers. Sarah, thank you for your question. I don't know what time it is there, but all I can tell you is good morning. What is a predator to a crocodile? Well, fully grown ones don't have predators apart from man. They are hunted for food in parts of Africa. I hear they're edible. Never tried. I don't know. But basically, a fully grown ones, like here in the Mara, has got no predator at all. Young ones and a day old up to around a year are preyed on by monitor lizards. Other crocodiles do eat their own younger ones, and so they really hide. You don't normally see the younger ones. Crocodile eggs are eaten by monitor lizards, mongooses. Those are the little threats that they face. But fully grown ones have got no predators at all. This is a predator that you don't want to mess around with. They're very dangerous, very strong, and can stay underwater for very long periods. So they are avoided by all means by very many or all predators. The Nile crocodile, I think it derived from the Nile, and hence its name, the Nile. And they can appear anywhere without notice, and especially after rains, because those streams that run down to the river come to the river, they do follow them, and especially younger ones, trying to find a safe haven or somewhere that has been occupied by other crocodiles. And by doing that, they just appear out of the blue. And so they keep spreading. They are not under any threat in Africa. And so they are doing very, very well. Mind you, these guys feed really well once a year, and this is the time when they're actually feeding really well in the migration time. And once they've eaten really well, they can stay up to 1 year without feeding. Believe me, they can stay up to 1 year. I wish I could do that. Most of us, would want to do that. Just bask, go around after eating a good big meal. But during this time, they have to eat as much as possible. At the moment, we have seen cases where they have eaten so much, they're actually playing with their food. I saw one, biting and diving with a zebra carcass the other day. I saw another one playing with a topi carcass yesterday. So they are so full, but they're still nibbling, very much like other carnivores. At this time of the year, they also have had so much to eat, but they're still killing and eating whenever they can find something.
Good morning to a beautiful morning here on and beyond Pinner Private Game Reserve. We have found the mountain pride on a big open plain here with some playful lion cubs. My name is Dewald, and behind the camera we've got Craig, and we are gonna stick around with these youngsters and see how playful they are. They were actually stalking a herd of impala in the distance there, but look at this one that's here on the road. See how he's edging a bit closer, because one of his siblings has walked around the grassy patch just in front of him. Let's see, showing him a lot of interest. Look at that. Yeah, we are super excited to see this pride of lions. We saw their tracks coming into this area a couple of days ago, and they've been just MIA for quite a while. There's another youngster that's now stalking the one that's going further to the left hand side there. Look, he's running. Oh my goodness, how precious is that? Oh my goodness. I'm so happy about this, and they are super playful because it's nice and cool. And now these two are playing and they're fighting, and there's actually two others that are stalking and coming their way as well. See how this one is all of a sudden looking the other way, because you can see his siblings probably coming a bit closer. Also as playful, but look at those bellies while they're walking. Those bellies are hanging quite low. So full bellies, cool weather and a bit of rain, and lion cubs just become playful. Look, here he goes. Oh, what a beautiful scene. Okay, there's 4 of them. There's just one more. I don't know if you can hear the impala's alarm calling in the distance. There's one more that's just lying off to the side. Hopefully he comes and joins, and then it's all 5 cubs together. See how there's quite a bit of ears being pulled back, so sometimes it gets a bit rough, and then they get a bit irritated by each other. You can see there's some bones there in the background. There's a old giraffe carcass on this open area, actually from this same pride of lions, but a year or 2 ago. Oh, those 2 are ganging up on that one. We're not going to move around too much because we don't want to disturb these youngsters. Oh, that one there on the right-hand side has found something on the ground that he's interested in. He might go and pounce on the others now. I think we're going to stick around here and keep watching these youngsters play and see what the mothers get up to a little bit later on.
Well, it's always very interesting to see cubs playing at that particular age, because ideally they are always full of energy. Now, I left the big clan of hyenas I had before, the North Clan, and have found another one single hyena here, and she's feeding on something. Now, she's definitely a member also of the North Clan, and to me, she's feeding on some very old carcass. I mean, it's not fresh, because if it was, would be seeing some other scavengers there, like, say, vultures or marabou storks or tawny eagles, but she's the only one feeding on this carcass. Now, during the migration, most predators and rather most scavengers have a lot to scavenge or to feed on, but there are times they'll always choose to get fresh, I would say, meat or like flesh like this one here. But what would happen is once the migration is gone, all the animals, all the prey that would have brought down by the predators is what the hyenas will be feeding on. She pulled that bit up a little bit, and I want to find out if it's part of a leg, or the pelvic, or the head, or the neck. Hyenas got very strong jaws, and they can crush anything. Chelsea, I'll be finding out the strength of the bite of a hyena, but if I'm looking at the predator's strength, hyena has one of the strongest, one of the strongest bites of the predators here in the Masai Mara, followed with the crocodiles. Those two, the crocodiles and the hyenas, got very, very strong bites. I'll be finding out, Chelsea, for you exactly how big they bite. She can't bring it up because I would want her to bring it up, and we'll find out what exactly she is feeding on. But it's definitely an old carcass. And she's just eating alone. Chelsea, hyenas have pretty strong bites, and we're talking of about 1,100 PSR. Can you imagine that? 1,100? That's the strength of the hyena jaws. So anything they will crush that they get. And Chelsea, the only thing I have seen hyenas not being able to crush the teeth. You'll get in any carcass you see, bones, skin, and any part or any bone of an animal, they'll always crush it. The skull, the knees, or the kneecaps, anything that they'll find. But the only thing I've seen hyenas not being able to crush the teeth of the animals. And I'm trying to wonder, is it because they had? I highly doubt. When you imagine the composition of the teeth, being made of calcium, I do not think they're very hard. But to me, I think the hyenas don't think there is a lot of minerals they would get from the teeth. And that's why maybe they usually ignore them. We'll have one more quick look at that hyena that's feeding and wait a few more minutes to see if the other members may come to join her. If not, I'll be moving on.
So these youngsters have come and joined the lionesses, and the lionesses have been rubbing up against each other, and the youngsters are still very playful, and it seems like they are quite keen to get a move on. You can see there's an older lioness standing up there. You can see the teeth are hanging quite low, so she's definitely one of the mothers. Oh my goodness, these cubs are super playful. They're ganging up on that one again. I don't know if you could hear, there's a bit of growling coming from his side. Not too happy about his siblings ganging up on him there. See how he's like going onto his back when they come to him. You're asking how old are lions when they start to hunt. So they probably start to show interest around a year and a half to 2 years old. They start to show interest in hunting, but they really only come right and gain quite a bit of experience and probably successfully hunt closer to about 2 to 3 years old, around there. These youngsters, oh my goodness. So I'm sure you've heard this before, but this play is developing essential muscles and teaching them a lot of social structures between the lines as well, but also helps with hunting and teaching them essential skills to hunt one day. Where to bite, going for the head, around the neck, and also grabbing and stalking, going for the hindquarters there. Lionesses have kind of settled down again, so the cubs are happy to just play around while they've got these open areas for themselves. Okay, let's see. This one's not going. See if there's some interaction between him and the lionesses. Oh no, just going and flopping down. Getting a bit tired of playing all morning. Oh, look at that. Youngster going to torment mom a bit. So look at this lioness, just by the size of her head compared to the other lioness that's just sitting off to the right hand side of her. So this is a younger lioness, but also one of the mothers. So there's one lioness has 3 cubs and one lioness has 2 cubs. And they all about the same age, probably just a week or so apart from each other. Because both these 2 lionesses went into estrus at the same time and was mating with the 2 dominant males in the area. Luckily there was 2 males, so both of them mated at the same time and had cubs together. Oh, look at that, grabbing each other there. But I think we're going to stick around and see what these lions get up to, because it's nice and cool. And hopefully they start to move soon, and the youngsters stay nice and playful.
We are sitting with a beautiful silhouette of an incredibly awesome predatory bird called an African hawk eagle. And one of the pair is flown off, but the second one, I think it was the slightly smaller one, so probably the male, is about to fly off as well. It looks like it's leaning into the wind. It's a nice, very windy and cold morning once again. Hopefully it doesn't fly off. We're going to stay on it just a little bit longer just to see if it does fly. But these 2 hunt as a pair, and this morning I don't think they're going to hunt necessarily, because it is very cold and very windy. They're probably going to save their energy. Most of the things that they hunt will not be that active this morning. Most of the small animals that they hunt will be hiding in the grass. Hi, my name is Mike, and behind the camera we've got Odie. And you're joining us here at Eco Training's Pride Lands Conservancy. As I said, as you can see, it's a very cold and windy morning once again. Maybe going to be still cold for another couple of days. But it's interesting to see what animals are about. We're actually following some lion tracks down this road from last night. The lion tracks are from before the rain that fell early in the evening. And then again this morning a little bit. Oh, and there goes the African hawk eagle flying off into the distance to follow its mate. Very awesome. They are living as a monogamous pair, meaning that they stay together their whole life, which is amazing.
Welcome back, everybody, and my crocodile is still in the same position. He's not dead, mind you, he is not dead. What he's trying to do is regulate his body temperature. He's a cold reptile, a cold-blooded reptile, and he needs to be at least 30 to 33 degrees Celsius body warmth to be able to be comfortable and for all the organs to work appropriately. So he's trying to get that warm up, and when he thinks he's had enough, he's gonna swim back into the water and maybe utilize that much needed energy that he has received to hunt for something. Cameron, you asked me if crocodiles are territorial. I would say no. They're not. I might be wrong. It's something I have to find out. I've been asked that question before, but they move up and down, and I've never seen one for a very long time in one specific area. Believe me, I've been in this river long enough, and I've never seen one crocodile in one specific area for very long. What I know is they can be very dominant during mating times, and a female will fight for the female that's come into season within the area he is in, to almost death. And so that's the only time. And the other time is when a female is sitting on eggs. She's the most aggressive mother I've ever seen. Just like we are very protective, just like other animals are very protective, crocodiles can be very, very protective. They actually chase other animals. I've been chased by them, walking towards their nest without noticing that they are there. So I don't think they are territorial. More questions and comments are very welcome. Hashtag CGTN Wild, hashtag Wild Earth is a place to drop them. I'm still here and I'm enjoying seeing these guys, sitting there. There's another one that just came out. I don't know if you can see him to the right of the screen, but he hasn't exposed his body fully. You can only see his head. I don't know if you can see that, James. He's over there, exactly. He just came out, and I think he's realized that he's running out of steam. Being in water, he's getting too cold, and he can't swim, he can't go fast. So he has decided, or she has decided to come out and get some much needed, sun.
These two lionesses have just gotten up, and there's the third lioness that's part of this pride that they are going and they're just like smelling her a bit. They haven't been with her for quite a while. See a bit of nibbling happening. Look at the youngster in between mom's legs there. And it seems like they are getting on the move. Cubs are still playing, not really checking that the moms are walking away. Oh, just realized mom and them are walking. Might need to catch up with them. Jenny, you're asking what those dark spots on the cubs are. So, the first few months of their lives, these youngsters are hidden away in what you can call a den site. It's not really a cave or anything like that, but just an area where the moms are hiding them away while they are too weak to move around by themselves. And those spots are quite prominent, as you can see, when they're younger. But even more so in those first couple of months, and it's believed to be a good camouflage for them when they're hidden away and they lose that over time. So one of the younger lionesses, that's one of the mothers, if she lies down at any point, I'll try and point it out to you on her legs, you can still see the remnants of the spots, but they lose that over time as they get older. See, the other lioness is now sat upright, and the rest of the pride is, they're getting on the move. All the cubs are now following the two mothers on the other side there. I keep hearing just a little bit of a low call from one of the lionesses, almost as to tell the cubs, come on kids, let's go, time to get a move on. Here they go, all five of the youngsters there as well. Just two youngsters here, very interested in something in the long vegetation there. But I think we are going to stick with these lions and see where they go and what they're going to be up to. As I said, it's nice and cool, so hopefully they stay nice and active and in a good area for us to film.
morning, everyone. It is another cool morning here on Tswalu, but a beautiful, beautiful day it seems that it's going to be. The wind has changed, so we're hoping for a little warmer weather a little later on. But yeah, we have a beautiful male kudu with us at the moment, just enjoying the view just a little bit first. And yeah, so we'll go back to the kudu now, guys, but yeah, just as you can see, nice and cold. The temperatures should start changing soon. But yeah, just as we go in on that kudu, you can see he's hiding from the wind as well, typical of them standing on the side of the bush where the wind isn't coming from, just snugging in there. But a beautiful, beautiful individual. It would have been just past time for them to mate now. Typically you'll find the kudus mating around April, May, maybe a little bit into June. So he would have now left the females. It's not typical to find the males staying with the females right throughout the year. So this is quite a classic sighting of a male kudu. You might find them joining up in bachelor groups if they don't feel like they want to be alone. But what's just really impressive is those horns. I love a kudu. It's one of my favorite species of antelope. Those horns are just impeccable. And this one in particular, nice narrow horns, not often. Yeah, no, Yvonne, you're absolutely right. It is a beautiful kudu. Like I said, one of my favorite species of antelope. It's difficult to pick only one because they are all just stunning. But this one in particular, I mean, they're so elegant and majestic, especially when they move.
We just moved a little bit. The lions are still on the move. They are right next to a mud wallow there. You can see quite a bit of interaction there. Look at that. The youngsters like rubbing up to moms. Been seeing quite interesting behavior. I don't know if you saw that one lioness just looking back. So the other lioness that they were going and interacting with, she keeps on lying down and not coming too close. It's almost like these two lionesses don't really want her to follow. These youngsters are so playful. Look at that tail curling over its back as well. And these cubs look nice and round and fat, but the lionesses, they seem like they are quite interested in hunting maybe this morning. Sarah, you're asking when they start getting their big lion teeth. So we have some sub-adults that's part of this pride that is about 1.5 years old, and their teeth are just starting to get a little bit bigger. So when they're about 2 years to 2.5 years old, and then their teeth are almost as big as they would be when they are fully grown. I don't think lions actually lose their teeth. They don't really have milk teeth like people do, and don't lose their teeth like other animals do. Look at this youngster stalking the other lioness that's now walking towards her. So just to answer your question, their teeth just grow bigger and bigger over time. See, these youngsters are also not too sure of this other lioness. So still keeping their distance. They keep on stalking her, but not really getting too close to her. Very interesting behavior. I was just saying earlier, compared to the other two lionesses, her stomach is quite big. I wonder if she's not maybe pregnant. Look at that. Even where that stomach is, it's like quite far in front. Anthony, you're asking if the adult lions will steal a small kill from these cubs. The chances of these cubs actually catching something and trying to hunt is very, very small. They are still very young, probably just around 6 months old or so, or probably around 7 months for now. And I think that they would probably only start showing interest in hunting when they are around about a year and a half to 2 years old, so not really a chance of them catching anything. We're going to keep on going past this other vehicle that's here in front of us and see if we can stick with these lions. They've just gone around the corner there. See if we can keep up with them, because it's nice and cool, so any chance anything might happen, especially with cats on the move.
Most cats are solitary creatures, with lions being the only exception. A pride consists of 4 or 5 lionesses and their cubs. The whole pride will protect and mentor these youngsters, often carrying them off and saving them from their own curiosity. Bonding between the adults and the cubs often shows these cats' cute and cuddly side. Contrary to what popular culture would have you believe, male lions are not part of the pride and live in coalitions. Young males leave their prides in their adolescence, brothers and cousins roaming the wild in search of a territory of their own. In time, the males settle and look to fortify their feline lineage. Although lazy when it comes to finding their own food, males have an endearing bond with their cubs. But conflict is never far off, as stronger youngsters are always on the horizon, lying in wait to take over territory and claim a pride for themselves. It is an awful sight, but pushes the females of the pride into estrus, allowing the incoming males to state their claim and further their own bloodline. The dynamics displayed by these social cats are intriguing and ever-changing, a contradiction of cuteness and feline ferocity.
Yeah, guys, I believe you were looking at some lions just now. I'm very sure that these giraffe are very happy that there's no lions around at the moment, especially with this wind blowing like it is. You'll see that typically the herbivores in gusty winds like we have right now are very uneasy with their surroundings, always looking around, and you can see how they are all facing in different directions. But specifically with this particular group, it's quite, if you have a look at the youngsters, you'll see that most of them, or all of them actually, are roughly the same age. And what happens with giraffe is when the females give birth, they might not be in a group like this when they give birth, but then they'll actively go out and find other female giraffes that has given birth in the same time, and then they form like a creche system, you know, to help each other to take care of the little ones. They don't allo-suckle like the lions do or so, but they do take turns when it comes to keeping an eye on the little ones, and that just gives the females a little time to be not a mom 24/7, so that they don't go crazy. Because believe me, having a little one out here in the bush is far more stressful than what we have back home in under a roof. There's so many more things to worry about. So for them to have a little bit of extra help, you can see how they're jumping around. Still not easy with the wind, but to have that little bit of extra help to make sure that the little ones are safe at night just makes the world's difference.
Well, it's very windy in Tswalu. It's raining in South Africa. But in the Masai Mara, we have this glorious sunshine on a Tuesday morning. different weather conditions. But in the Masai Mara, normally we see the rains in the afternoons, but at times we also see it, or we see rains in the morning. Ostrich, one of my favorite birds in terms of size, how majestic they are. And looking at different bird species, you'll notice in general, the ostriches, both males and females, will always take care of the chicks. And that's one of the reasons why I would say it's one of my favorite bird species. And this is the Maasai ostrich. And if you look at him carefully, of course, out in the savannah, we'll give you another chance to bring him so close to your screen. And I'm saying him because it's a male. And we all know males are black and white in terms of colors, and the females are grayish brown. Now, look at the legs and look at the neck. Thank you for opening up one of your wings. And like basically the whole body is pink. And the reason for that is that he's in breeding plumage. You'd imagine if you get a needle or anything sharp on the neck or the legs, blood will just, spat out. Nancy, that's a great comment. You're saying most likely he forgot to sunscreen. Well, correct, Nancy, it's true. He might have forgotten, but Nancy, for a good reason. He is looking for girls or for females to court. Now, during the breeding plumage, that's the color you see on the legs and the necks. Otherwise, it's always a bit pale and not as pink, but he got a job to do to excite the females. Now, he keeps moving around, of course, feeding, and once in a while, he'll have his wings out, and the girls will keep looking at him and like, okay. Now, look at the tail feathers. Because of the rains that we have been having here in the Mara, and I would also say that sometimes they also sit down at night, especially when they sleep. That's why the tail feathers are not white as the others there, because I would imagine he rubs them a lot on the ground. And in the black cotton soil that we got in the Masai Mara, it has made them to look a little bit dirty or not as white as the ones on the wings. Very majestic, tall birds, very fast if they need to run for defense. And they'll go picking leaves as they walk, or some grass seeds, or any insects they might get. Who knows? I'm just going to move around and maybe we might see the females he is looking for.
So guys, not much has changed since we were with the giraffe last, but just look at that view. I mean, I know I said they've got a lot of things to worry about, but when you've got a view like that, a little bit of those worries go away. You'll see now, you can see easily how the little ones are more or less the same size now that they're all clumped together over there. So that's why you'll see also there's one male, the second one from the left, that's busy walking around just inspecting what's going on with all the female giraffes, and for a very good reason. The little ones at the moment are at that stage where the moms will go into estrus again. Maybe some of them have already. So they're going to be ready for mating soon, or have done so already, and some of them might be pregnant again. But you can see he's clearly following that one female and making his intentions quite clear. I mean, he's not fussing about. Sorry, Chris, can you just repeat the question? So we had a really interesting question just now. Kay Williamson asked, what speeds can a giraffe reach? Now, with those long legs, they can run quite fast. It doesn't look like it. They say this is the fastest slow motion animal on Earth. Because when they run, it doesn't look like they're moving, but because they've got those long legs, those strides are huge. So typically when they run, they go up to around 60 kilometers an hour. Even, well, maybe a little less than that. Because they're so big, they don't rely on their speed as much. You know, they've got that powerful kick and that chopping of the front leg that is also a defense mechanism. But they can run quite fast. So roughly around 60 kilometers an hour. No, some individuals might be a little faster, some a little slower, but more or less around that speed that they can reach when they're running. Like I said, those strides are just huge, so it doesn't look like they're moving fast initially, but as soon as they really get going, they can cover some ground. Yeah, that boy is really interested in whatever's on offer from that female. But yeah, guys, even though that is the case, you can still see how he's keeping a constant eye out for danger. This wind is just making them paranoid. They are never quite relaxed or completely relaxed when the wind is like this.
So these lions have just, the rest of the pride have just walked behind our vehicle, and this is the lioness, one of the lionesses that's not the mother. And it was very interesting when the cubs came really close to it just now. She actually growled at them, like properly growled at them. Very weird behavior. But the rest of the pride is actually going into the thicket here behind us, and I think they are starting to show interest in hunting. There, she's just realized they're moving off. Look how beautiful she is, but she's a big female here. Wow. You can hear some branches and stuff breaking close by. I wonder if there's maybe some elephants around, also feeding in the area. See how she's listening to the side there. So she's listening over behind us. Could just hear her listening to one of the lioness vocalizing in the back there. Butterfly, you're saying she's got beautiful eyes. She indeed does. And it's interesting how lions all have that yellow eye, but like small pupils as well. But let's see if when she turns her head again towards us, they often have very unique little colorations and little brown patterns and so on in their eyes. Oh, she's not opening her eyes too much. There we go. I think she's quite tired of following the rest of the pride the whole morning. Okay, the rest of the pride is just settled down here on the other side. We're going to see if we can reposition, and we're going to stick with them for now.
Yeah, if the rains will have stopped and then start warming up, chances are the lions may want to settle down, as is typical of most cats and especially the lions. Now, we got different birds here. We were just watching the ostrich earlier, and these birds, we call them bastards. And to me, it's like a male and a female, and I'm trying to guess this must be the white-bellied bastard. And the one in front to me, it's the male. You can see the black and red on the face or by the eye. And we apparently know in the birds' kingdom, the males tend to be in general, more colorful than the females. And he seemed to have been courting the female when we first got here. And having seen the ostrich in breeding plumage, I got a feeling there's a lot of love in the air going on. The female is the same way. They'll always stop once in a while to pick stuff from ground, and it's funny to see them going down together at the same time. It's not what you would call synchronized feeding like we see in the pelicans, but I think that was just a coincidence. A small little bird there, I'm not sure it's a lark or anything. Could be a lark. Some of these small little birds, and when they're brown moving the grass, it's always very difficult to identify them, unlike the bastards that are quite big. So they could either pick some seeds, small leaves. Vernon, you're right. When I was a small boy, I used to call them baby ostriches. So you are not alone. I mean, and I was so sure they were baby ostriches until I saw the baby ostriches. There's another type of bastard that's called the Cory bastard. And I'm sure, Vernon, you know the Cory bastard. You see the Cory bastard? I mean, you look it not very carefully, you'll definitely call it an ostrich chick. Now, they spend better time of the day on the ground feeding. It's quite unusual to see them flying unless they're scared or they have a reason to fly away. Should they see a raptor or maybe a predator like a leopard coming for them, they spend the better part of the day on the ground feeding. And of all the birds that are, the heaviest birds to fly that we know of are the bastards. Most of the bastards are the heaviest birds that we know who fly. Of course, ostriches do not fly. The defense being speed and kicking and using their beaks. This one, if there's a concern of any reason, they'll definitely take off. And you'll get their eggs on the ground. That's where they'll nest from. And just notice how they blend in the grass there. That's one of the defense mechanisms to blend in, from where they're feeding from. And I haven't seen bastards for a long time. Apparently I was looking for the female ostriches, and I'll move on. Hopefully I'll see some.
Hi there. So we are sitting with a jackal, a black-backed jackal. We were following lion tracks. We've lost the lion tracks for now. We found some hyena tracks, and we were following them around into this open area, and we came across this black-backed jackal. There's a pair of them. One of them's moved off now. It's very, very windy and still very cold. These ones must have a den around here somewhere. They like these open areas. And we wondered, we've never seen them here before. Well, I haven't seen them here before. So we wondered if maybe the lions that were seen yesterday evening in this area had have been doing a bit of hunting and maybe come up with something. It would have been a great opportunity for them to hunt with this wind and the rain that fell. And you can see this jackal looking around quite a lot, looking a bit nervous, maybe making sure there's nothing sneaking up on it. Very well camouflaged. It looks like it's lying directly on what could be an impala dung midden. And with that dark back on the black-backed jackal and its very pale, tawny orange fur on its muzzle and front legs, it's incredibly well camouflaged. Jackals are amazing. I'm glad you all love them. I love them too. We don't get to see them too often here, and they're quite shy. This being ex-farmland, these animals are often persecuted. It's no longer a farmland, so they're now protected. So they maybe still have a bit of an instinctive memory that they need to be hyper alert. Because, of course, in farming areas, jackals are often persecuted. Oh, what's behind it? Oh, there's a hornbill. You see how alert it is? With this wind blowing, its main sense, which is its sense of hearing, as you can see, it's got huge ears and a long muzzle. So also got great sense of smell and also fantastic eyesight. But it's on high alert because the wind is taking away two of its main senses. And so it's having to be extra alert. Paul, yes they do. Generally speaking, jackals are monogamous, so you'll have a pair which look after an area, and their offspring might stay with them for quite some time to help with the raising of new offspring and just to have a bit of protection and to learn from the parents. So you'll usually find a pair, and sometimes 4 or 5 of them if there's a whole litter of pups that have survived and grown up to adulthood. They generally disperse though. So Paul, it's not uncommon to see groups of jackal, but more common to see just pairs. And they'll be fiercely territorial. So this pair of jackals, it's almost certainly a male and a female, they will defend this area against any other jackals that move in, which is good. And then you often hear them as well. They've got an amazing haunting call that they cry out in the evenings. It sounds like I don't know how to describe it. It's like a wail, like a wailing cry, like very haunting and very long. It's one of my favorite calls. I don't think they're going to do it this morning because it's very, very cold, very chilly. I wonder where the second one has gone. I can't see it anymore. Emily, absolutely. They're very, very similar to coyotes. In fact, coyotes are a little bit larger, I believe. I'm not really sure how big a coyote is, but these are very similar in their shape and their behavior to coyotes. I think coyotes are probably also very territorial. So yes, and they will hunt for small things just like coyotes, sometimes larger animals if they are desperate. I've seen jackals take down impalas before, which is unusual, but definitely possible. But generally mostly hunting for rodents and small animals, even eggs if they find them in the grass, insects, just whatever they can find. They're very omnivorous. They'll even eat fruits if they can find them. It's one of the reasons why the jackalberry tree is named so, because jackals are often seen eating the fruits of those trees. This one here is not needing to eat anything. It's just trying to stay as warm as possible, camouflaged very well in this nice open area.
So we followed these lines all the way down this one road, and they're keeping on walking down the road. And this is the older lioness that's also just hanging back. Oh, she's just heard something. Look at how she's listening with her ears perked up there. Just hear the other vehicle coming to join us now. She's kind of hanging around, but not really walking with them. She's just hanging in the back there, waiting for the pride to move on before she sticks behind them. There she's lying down now. Not too interested to get too close to the youngsters. Earlier, even, like I said, she was growling at the youngsters as well. They've just moved off to the left-hand side there. Interesting behavior. I wonder if these two other lionesses with the youngsters are trying to move away from her, but she keeps on following them. She probably is just sticking with them because she wants some companionship. This pride has been scattered all over this area of the reserve, and we haven't seen all of them together for quite a while. Wonder if there was some conflict inside the pride. So she keeps on listening straight forward. I think the last few of the cubs are now just walking out of her sight. We'll see if she gets up and follows them soon. Look how she's listening towards where the females have walked. She might lose interest in following them the whole time if they keep on moving. Like I said, she might be pregnant, so I wonder if she's a little bit tiresome of walking behind them. Diana, you're asking how far lions can see. I'm not sure exactly how far that would be. I'm sure they can see as far as the conditions allow, and we can also see pretty far, but their eyesight is super, super good, and I think they are more adapted with their eyesight to see movement and see animals in thicker areas or maybe in the distance on hillsides or something like that. But in these thicker areas, she's now relying on her hearing. You can see how she's listening towards where the rest of the pride have gone. So as soon as she picks up that they are probably quite far away. She might get up and follow them. Oh. Oh, it sounds like they've got something on that side. Sounds like almost like a warthog or something making a really hectic sound. I wonder if the rest of the pride caught something there. Let's see if we can stick with this lioness for now. Could just hear a sound of a warthog in the distance. See how she immediately got up as well as we kind of started the vehicles. Like we said, there is a watering hole up ahead as well, so I wonder if they were coming past this area to see if there was something around. Let's hope it's not in the dense areas. Let's see where she goes, because she's going to take us straight to them. So we'll keep following them. There you can just see the youngsters also running around. She's not really in a hurry. Maybe it's because she's got a bit of a full stomach or so. But also a warthog between all these youngsters and the two lionesses. Maybe not something that she's too excited about. I can see the lionesses there. I wonder if it maybe got away. Just stop. She's now stopped also. I think whatever it was, it might have gotten away from them, because I can see both the lionesses like standing upright. I think they missed. Maybe they had it or caught it in a bush and then it got away from them. Oh, unfortunately. But we're gonna go a little bit closer. Maybe we can see that warthog also that they were hunting. And we'll also obviously stick with these lions, because there's quite a lot happening this morning. Sorry about that. As you know, we are in the bush and we do rely on good signal strength. See how the youngsters are going to rub up against mom there. Also, once part of the grooming that's happening there. There's the other lioness just coming into view now. What a bit of excitement. I wonder if that warthog maybe just ran into the bushes and maybe got caught or snagged or something like that, and that's why it gave off that squeal that we heard. Oh, look at that, very playful. Like they're keeping on walking down the road. Let's see if I can also reposition the vehicle just a little bit. Oh wait, let's just see, the youngsters have now stopped for a moment. Sorry about that, Craig. As I said reposition, he came back onto me, and then I said, no, wait, let's wait a bit. It is so incredible how they blend in with the vegetation, everyone. Especially in the winter times when the grass is dry and yellow like this. Makes me think of this, every time I see brown grass in the winter time like this, it makes me think of lions stalking and blending in so well. Okay, let's see if we can go around the corner here and see if we can get another view of them. They're keeping on walking in this direction, so I know there's a big game trail going down into the one dry riverbed up ahead, so I wonder if they're heading in that direction. Oh, there's a few youngsters and so around here, and the lioness as well. So we'll try we'll try and not get in between her and the rest of the pride. We don't want to change their behavior with the vehicles at all or anything like that. So we'll wait for her to move off before we start moving, but we'll stick around and see what she gets up to.
So yeah, guys, sorry, we did had a little bit of difficulty there. The wind blew me over, so they had to go away from me quickly. But just have a look at this beautiful burrow. This is by far one of the most impressive burrow sites that I've seen, I want to say, in my life. We've had a look around. It is a porcupine burrow currently. There's a couple of quills lying around here, as you can see over here. But just look at this pathway coming out. I mean, this is just the pathway, guys. That's just the way they take out. There's a couple of them coming out of the burrow. We'll move around now so that you can see the actual burrow. And this had to be, or has to be, generations and generations of either porcupine, it could be a multiple mixture of organisms. I mean, brown hyena will live here, aardvark, warthog. I told David earlier, watch how we sit here and there's a leopard jumping out. But no, I mean, obviously with the porcupines being here, I don't know of anyone that's going to want to share a burrow with a porcupine currently. But yeah, this is just, I mean, this is blowing my mind, just seeing this. And it just shows you how, I mean, driving in the middle of the Kalahari, it's flat, it's open, and then you come across this. This is just spectacular. We're going to, like I said, we're going to move around now so that you can see the actual burrow. Yeah, no, this is incredible. I mean, my mind, like I said, still can't get wrapped around it. But if you have a look over here, guys, we're going to go into not go into, but we're going to zoom into where the burrow is. If you have a look at that, I mean, I would be able to fit down there. You can walk, if the branches wasn't in our way, you could walk easily and stand upright all the way to the mouth of the burrow. And that's just, now you can also see where all the pathways come out and in and so on. And this is just the perfect cover to have, you know, to quickly have to duck into something. There's a lot of blackthorns all around it, big shepherd's tree there in the middle, and just the perfect little home. I can imagine the porcupines are having a big fight, you know, to who has the right to this burrow site. But just, yes, this is blowing my mind. Really, really awesome. You can even see how it's been dug out, the roots of the tree there at the bottom and everything. So, I mean, it's just incredible. Looks like a yeah, no, Gail, I mean, this is a mansion in the bush. There was a comment saying that this looks like a mansion in the bush. And honestly speaking, this is what they would call a Kalahari mansion. I mean, that's just incredible. Sorry, guys, I know I'm saying this a lot, but this is just awesome. This, I don't even want to try and estimate how old this burrow site is and how many different animals has made this their home. This is just, it's multiple, tens and tens of, well, maybe hundreds of years old. And then also the amount of animals that has had to live, well, not had to, they chose to live here, believe me, is countless, and different species as well. Never a dull day in the bush, and these surprises are what makes every day so special. Yeah, this is awesome. So Paul had a question just now. Do porcupine quills grow back? And Paul, yes, they do, because it's their defense mechanism. As soon as they, well, you can see there's a couple that fall out every now and again. They get pushed out and there's new ones growing back as well. But then also when they have to defend themselves against a lion or a leopard or well, whichever animal they feel threatened by, when that gets poked into the other animal and pulled out of his body, that will gradually grow back. And, you know, complete that set of armor or set of arrows basically that he has protecting his body, especially the hindquarters. The rate at which it grows back, I'm not completely sure. Some will grow faster, some will grow slower. You get the longer quills, you get the short, thick ones, and those short, thick ones are the ones that really hurt. But I'm not sure at the pace or the speed that it grows back to.
Yeah, welcome back to the Mara. The river, still the same. Crocodile is still basking. He's a very fortunate to be alive, because that size can easily be eaten by older ones. It is a behavior that they do, and I've seen it. Our topics are first, so to say, crossers to be, have been moving around from where I am all the way to that crossing. It's about, maybe I would give it meter-wise, I would give it about 600 meters. Back and forths. They are still deciding on where exactly they would love to go across. Of course, when they go, it's still a mystery. It's up to them to decide when they are ready. For me, the only thing I can do is be here and ready to catch that moment so you don't miss it. Mighty, beautiful Mara River, flowing as it always has for millennia. This is the livelihood of the Mara Game Reserve, the Mara Triangle, and it drains all the way to Lake Victoria from its source in Mau Ranges. Those forests to the left there, those are where, leopards, lions, hippos, rhinos, elephants hide, because they're very close to water. It's a nice place to eat and then come have a drink, and for the cats to ambush whatever is crossing. Yeah, on the other side it's a beautiful, rocky, habitat slightly, and then plenty of grass. I was telling you about that grass there is called elephant grass. Of course, the main reason is only elephants can fully utilize it. It makes a very good broom. Most African communities will make a broom from it. I remember as a young boy, when we never used to have it close to us, and every time my mom wanted to have a broom, he would tell me, go and bring me a broom, and I would cry because it was almost an hour's walk to where it was. So every time I see it, it brings some memories back. Of course, I don't regret it, because it made, I became tough. Warren, hello, how are you today? Yeah, you asked me if there are people living within. Of course, there are people, because there are camps, there are lodges, there are people like me. We live here. Some of us we live on the edges, but inside it's mainly lodges. The park management, they live within the park. But let's say humans are not allowed. If you are caught walking, you will be trespassing, which is the first offense. And then after that, they might charge you for poaching. They might charge you for many other things. So you cannot find anybody here apart from the management and the people who live on the lodges. And of course, or even though they live here and they have lodges here, they are not allowed to, to be within a certain area on foot. I hope I've answered your question. But the adjacent land just on the edges of the game reserve, there are settlements. At every corner there is a small village. Of course, the population here is very, very, very small, so villages are far and wide. Our topic looks like they are having a discussion to go further up. The good thing is there's no crossing down there, so they will have to come down. If they need to use a crossing further up, they'll have to go a very long way, of which I don't think the numbers really pushes them to do that. They will have to come down sometime, somewhere here. The good thing about toppies is it's one of those animals that's very determined. They will never go back. It's only about a matter of time, then they will, cross. They have been very successful until yesterday, when one got chomped by a big crocodile. Remember, toppy is one of the East African plains antelopes, rarely hunted because of their good eyesight and top speeds of up to 70 kilometers an hour. Amazing hearing and smelling also, so they have very good senses. The backdrop you see a long way up there is, I always have to remind you, Olololo, Syria escarpment. It's a rise of about 300 to 400 meters from one area to the other, and it's a natural boundary of the western side of the Mara Game Reserve. Yes, here there is nothing much happening apart from the toppies milling around and the river flowing down, of course, and me talking. So I'm gonna wait here, and hopefully next time you come there'll be something. Otherwise, we'll have to tell you what has happened.
So these lions have climbed down almost like a drainage donga of sorts and gone to the water there at the bottom, and they've just gone and drank, and now it seems like they're coming back this way. Let's hope they climb back out of this drainage dry riverbed area and we can keep a view of them. Otherwise it's going to be quite difficult to follow them. There's quite a bit of interaction there between the lionesses. Okay, yeah, it seems like they are coming up the hill. Very cool. See, the youngsters are coming just behind them as well. They keep on looking this way, but it's just the other lionesses lying down not too far away from our vehicle, the one that's been following in the back. It seems like they are settling down a bit, it seems. So you're asking how many lion prides there are on Pinner. So there's 3 prides that is in the area. 2 in the southern part of the reserve, the Bayala pride and the mountain pride. That's the ones that we have been bringing to you on Wild Earth. And then there's another pride in the north of the reserve that is not in an area where it's possible for us to film because of signal strength and so on. And they don't really come this far south. That all of them going to interact there with their moms. They're probably seeing that it's now time to settle down, time for some grooming to happen, and so look at these youngsters when they curl their tails around like that. It's like they're looking for attention. And just while Craig is filming there, I'm just going to go a little bit forward just to get that bush out of the way there. And that should be good. Bit of a better view of them there. You can see there's the whole family together now. You can only see 3 cubs there. One of the other 2 cubs are playing down at the bottom there. Yeah, you can see how interested the youngsters are. Oh, Mom's seen something. Something's catching their eye. Wonder what it is. If we listen, we might hear if they catch something. They're looking down to the ground. Wonder if it's maybe a snake or something that's in the cracks or crevices there. They're all super inquisitive of what's going on. Look at the youngster, is always also ears pointing straight towards it. No, they've lost interest. Could even be a mouse, yes. No, there's another youngster that's just popped his head out on the side of the little mound. It's so amazing to find lions being active during the morning like this, and we can be very happy with this cool weather. Ooh, a few drops of water starting to fall on us here, starting to drizzle a bit. Looks like they are settling down, so I think we'll stick around and see what this weather does.
Well, more rains in Pinda. Not even a drop where we are. Still enjoying the glorious sunshine that we have had since morning. And this particular area I've come to was burnt in the month of May, and it was not a natural fire. Once in a while, you'll get the game parks of the Masai Mara and Serengeti National Parks. We'll have the game rangers just, lighting some fires, either to clear the areas or to kill any parasites or any foreign flowers or plants that would have come. And this is the result after the fires. So the grass definitely burns down, of course, leaving the trees still standing. The rains come, and we get this fresh and lush grass. The zebras love it. And you can tell all of them heads down. And I'm very happy that you're enjoying this scenery. I mean, I just stopped here and told Bungay, who was on camera this morning, we need to stop here and show the viewers, just enjoy this magical scenery here. And you've seen the difference in this area comparing to where we saw the bastards and the ostrich, where the grass was quite high and not burnt. Because from where we are, we're about 25 or so kilometers from Serengeti National Park. We should be 12 o'clock from the screen. And how magical is this? And remember, we are coming to you live from the Masai Mara Game Reserve. And should you have any comments or questions, please send them through. As usual, CGTN Wild or hashtag Wild Earth. Loads and loads of zebras here, and I'm trying to find out if there could be any different species apart from the zebras. The only thing I saw earlier was some few warthogs, which would also prefer the short grass that's quite lush and nutritious, but not any other species. Jane, very good question. Do the black rhinos ever visit the Mara River to drink? It's very unusual to see them drinking in the Mara River. They do, I want to believe. I haven't seen them, Jane, but you notice black rhinos being very shy and being very secretive and more remaining in the thickets, and knowing that they are browsers, unlike the white rhinos, which are grazers, they tend to find lots of water excuse me, from where they remain in the thickets. Now, we are looking at the black rhinos baying browsers. And baying browsers, they're always getting the very soft leaves of bushes or anything they'll be eating, which is normally full of moisture. In the thickets they remain in, Jane, they have lots of water that would collect there. I'd want to believe that's where they drink the water. Not sure anybody else have seen black rhinos or documented them drinking in a river. White rhinos will, but not the black rhinos. Normally, more often than not, they'll always get puddles of water where they'll be drinking from. And apparently in the Masai Mara, we only got the black rhinos and not the white. And the blacks are native to this area. I'll spend another few seconds here on my own, enjoying this scenery, and then I will move on.
Yeah, welcome back. Always nice to see those beautiful open plains of the other side of the Mara, and that's how big the Masai Mara is. It is so huge, and some places are so open, but I'm still here, parked at the banks of the mighty Mara River, still flowing with its brown color waters. Never seen them change. Yeah, and this is some of the widest areas of the river, as you can see. Nancy, thank you for your question. You asked about, crocodiles and laying their eggs close to water. Of course, they can walk very far. The female usually will mate in the water with one of the biggest, most dominant male of the others, and then it will walk out of water and find an appropriate ground. Preferably, it could be, if it's sandy, so that it can dig. It uses its hind legs to dig the hole up to around 2 feet, and it will lay eggs. Here in the Mara, I have seen them walk on that bank above, and that could be around 12 feet, which is very, very safe. They'll dig and then lay their eggs there and bury them. They usually will lie on top of the nest most of the time, and usually it's very concealed, very hidden, and they will lay on the nest for up to around 60 days. And the little guys will hatch. She will assist them once they are out by picking them with her mouth and taking them back to the water. Of course, it varies between males and females, and that depends on the temperature of the incubation. If the temperatures were quite hot, over around 27 degrees Celsius, then most of them will be males. And if it's less than that, most of them will be female. And if it's in between that, then it's going to be 50-50. She can lay up to around 60 eggs. And she will take them with her mouth, like I said before, into the water, and she'll stay in the very shallows, protecting them and not staying very far from where they go, hunting. Already, when they hatch and get into the water, they are killers. They'll hunt for small insects that float in the water, mosquitoes, things like that, even small fish. And every time there is a threat, they'll rush towards her, and she'll open the mouth and they just jump in. Mortality rate is very high. I explained that earlier, so I hope I have explained your question. Yes, our topic are still there. They're still in the same spot. They're still discussing on when to go. They're quite a long ways. They're still discussing. They've turned their head towards me, so I suspect they're going to be walking this way. I am hoping that where they cross... Alec, is that Alex or Alec? Sorry, either of the two. Where does the water... Alice, yeah. Where does the water come from? Good question. This river comes from a source in a mountain range called Mau. It is a big swamp, and it is fed by many streams further down, but it originates from a swamp called Mau and flows down here and eventually drains into Lake Victoria. So that's the source. Mau Ranges. It was once a place that was badly affected by deforestation. The river went down, but most environmentalists, including the government, intervened, and now we can see the river rising. I hope it can, stay like this for years to come, because it is much needed. Without this brown, beautiful river, the Mara River will cease to exist. And experiences like the ones I'm waiting to share with you will be a thing of the past, which is it's going to be very sad. Yes, look at that. That is the site I have. I hope you're enjoying this. This is live. Remember to interact with me. Hashtag Wild Earth, hashtag CGTN Wild. And while I'm still looking at those rapids, please let's learn a little bit more about this beautiful river.
Water is a fundamental resource for all creatures. In the wild, water sources are the sites for an array of activities. In the southern parts of Africa, the dense thickets and lush greenery dwindle and crisp up with the winter season. Making watering holes a gathering spot for grazers and a potential hunting spot for predators. But the giants of the Lowveld never disappoint when visiting their local watering hole. Elephant trunks are generally amusing appendages, but are particularly entertaining when used to quench their thirst or cool themselves down. In East Africa, the Mara River is infamous for the treacherous task it presents to the migration herds. However, it is also home to a variety of winged, scaled, and wadding animals. It serves a necessary purpose, but it also allows for moments of sheer joy and fun.
In Kenya, there's a national park called Amboseli, and a couple of years ago, that area was suffering from a huge drought, and there was no rainfall. All the streams and springs and any water bodies dried up there, and so many animals died. And luckily in the Masai Mara, we have never gone to that level where the water dried everywhere and the animals died. Apart from a time when the Mara River was very dry and we lost quite a good number of hippos. Water is pretty crucial in the conservation areas. Now, we got different animals here for you that are making a small little circle there, and look at them carefully and see how busy they are. Earlier, we were talking, I think it was Jane asking whether black rhinos will go drinking water in the Mara River. I mean, I do not know when ants drink or where they drink, but I'm sure because they eat, they get some water somehow. Now, these are ants, and we call them safari ants. Look at the path that they have made for themselves. And if you notice, some are moving and some are not. The ones that are not moving are the soldiers, and they're giving safe passage to the females and to the busy ones. And look carefully, some seem to be carrying some white things with them, and they're carrying some eggs, and some are carrying food. Now, we've got other types of ants here in Africa, also called matabele ants, but of all the ants that you don't want to bite you, are these safari ants. They may not have a PSI like of crocodiles or hyenas, but the bite is so painful. They don't have very strong jaws, but once they lock their fangs when they bite you, it's very difficult to bring or to separate the fangs apart. So you don't want them to come to your tents at night, because if they come, then you'll have a sleepless night. Well, just allow them to continue doing the thing as I move on.
Guys, just have a quick look at those beautiful clouds moving in. We just spoke about it. You can actually feel the moisture in the air, you know, with the wind turning from, coming from the south now, coming directly from the north, bringing in all that warm, moisturous air. So we're hopeful. They're predicting rain for us for tomorrow, possibly tonight already. So we're hoping that would be a great kickstart of life out here. So hoping for that. But yeah, just beautiful mountains, beautiful clouds, the hope of rain lingering in the air, so we're very happy. But yeah, we're back at the Meerkat burrows, still the far burrow. These guys have been coming back to the same burrow now for a couple of days, possibly because the beta female gave birth. We don't know yet, as we didn't see them the other day, but they're still, you know, taking it easy at the moment, laying in again, but they should come out this morning while we're still live. So we're hoping, it would seem like they are in some of these burrows just by looking at the tracks. So as soon as they wake up, we're going to be coming this way to have a look at what they are up to and what they are planning for the day as well. The wind might keep them in for a little while longer, but it's definitely... Yeah, no, this view, I mean, guys, this view is just incredible. It's difficult not wake up with a smile in the morning every day, honestly. Doesn't matter in which direction you look. I mean, obviously the mountains are stunning. But just if you look in the other direction, it's also incredible. So, like I said, difficult not to have a smile on your face when you're out here. But like I said, we're going to, as soon as these little guys wake up, we'll... So Anna Marie just asked, is this the Rockstar burrow? Anna Marie, yes, it is. So this is the one we call the far burrow of the Rockstar group of meerkats. They've got about 3 at the moment. So we've got the far burrow, then we've got the Boskia burrow, which is just over the hill to the south from here, and then they've got another burrow that they recently started using, which we haven't named yet, but that's even further south. It would seem like they are pushing a little bit further south within their territory. They used to operate a little bit further this way, all the way to where there was a burrow that we called the Island Burrow, but there's now actually another group of meerkats that occupies that particular burrow. So this is the Rockstar burrow, and like I said the previous time, also probably their most used burrow. So yeah, Rockstars, we're waiting for them to wake up, and then as soon as that happens, we'll be back here, guys.
Welcome back. I'm here at the river, and you just came back at the right time when the Toppies have finished having their meeting, and now they're headed towards the river. Remember, once they get to the water, there's a good chance they'll just jump in. So let's wait back and sit. I know it's always a tense and a very exciting moment, but don't shout yet, don't jump yet, just hold on there. Let's celebrate together if they do go. You see what I was telling you? So they are here. It doesn't mean they will go until one jumps in, but the urge to go, the will to go is there, but the time hasn't been decided, when they're gonna go down. I think now they're getting confident that there's no lions in the long grass because they're getting closer and closer to the grass. So, I think they're getting confident there isn't any lions. It does happen. I've seen a lion, pounce from there and just grab one. It's always nice. Of course, you'd want to see that, but maybe you never know. One day we might get to show you that. Okay, it looks like we found a leader. I don't know for how long, or she's gonna go across. Yeah, toppies do cross, and they mostly do manage to go, across. Rarely taken, although every now and then one has to be sacrificed for the rest to survive. Remember, the river they're crossing is called Mara River, and it is responsible for keeping most of the migrators, including toppy, at check, making sure that the numbers don't explode. Actually, it causes or it kills more animals. Jerry, thank you for your question. Did you say, do they stand the river with crocodiles, or do they cross the river with crocodiles? If so, yes, they do. They will still cross. Oh, do they look for crocodiles before crossing? Yes, they do. And it's one of those few animals, I would say, they are much more intelligent than wildebeest and zebra, because there is a day where I saw 3 cross and the 4th one got taken, and everybody else that was behind didn't cross. They stopped and went back. So they're much smarter. If there is a crocodile, they don't cross. Unlike wildebeest, no matter if one has been taken, more will just still jump in and cross. So they do look for crocodiles. Yeah, from where I am, you would think they're in the grass, but it's an open area where they are, and that's why they're walking, looking down. Are you gonna go down? Please give us a show. It will be nice. We've been waiting. Yeah, here is where Patience counts. Is she down? Looks like it. Oh, there we go, James. Okay, guys, don't jump yet. Don't do anything yet. Let's wait and see. This could be it or not. Don't celebrate. Let's see. But I know it's tense. Even myself. If I tell you the other side is just, happy, very, very happy. But I have to be, contain myself. Hopefully we can have one beautiful one, because there is no other animal close by. I know there is zebra and wildebeest that are going to cross, but when I don't know. So having this few and have them cross would be just wonderful. Yeah, that is the river they have to cross. That section there is full of rapids and rocks. I don't know how it's gonna be. We just have to be together once they jump in and watch what's gonna happen. Remember, but to be sure, there is crocodiles, and in that section I don't see any, so it's perfect. The problem is I don't know when they jump in how deep it is, because look, that looks like a rock, and so look at here. You see, just close to the grass here, you see those 2 monster ones. They're quite far distance. Oh dear, look what just happened. Yeah, this is what happens, and sorry about this. I know you're saying all sorts of words, but there is nothing we can do. We just have to bear with nature and wait. Sorry, I'm laughing, but I know this is what happens here at the river. You can't get really tense. You just think, oh, it's happening, and you get really ready, and then it stops happening. Sorry about this, but it is the norm, and hope you're getting used to this this kind of norm here at the river. Yeah, we sometimes wait for very long, sometimes just a few minutes, but it's all nature. And these are toppies. I don't know why they let me down, because they really got into the water, and I was really looking forward to having it and shouting. But yes, I think she had me. Yes, hopefully they will come again or go down again. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good comment. You say, they probably saw that croc on the rock. Maybe it made a twitch or close its mouth, and then they decided, oh, you're not going to eat us. Yeah, maybe they saw a crocodile. You never know. Remember, talk to me. Hashtag CGTN Wild, hashtag Wild Earth. Questions, comments. Tell me if you're enjoying this. This is your live safari. It's happening now from Masai Mara, and we are on the banks of the beautiful Mara River, a river infested with crocodiles. Every about 20 square meters has got a crocodile, so it's a no swimming river, and these guys are actually quite smart not just to jump in. They really think they have to decide the right moment.
Hi, everyone. We've got another bird. And what I thought we could do is a little quiz. So tell me, everyone, what flavor of bird do we have here? It's in a dead tree. I'd say it's a rather large bird. Doesn't have feathers on its legs. And right now it's staying very, very still, because it does not want to fly in this cold, windy weather. You see that nice big dead tree? What kind of birds sit in these dead trees looking down onto the veld? This one's sitting in a very funny position because it's actually facing with its back to us. So I'll let you decide. It's a big bird, like 80 centimeters to a meter, I think, roughly speaking. This bird might be in tallness. I don't know if that's a word, tallness, but I'm going to use it nonetheless. In tallness. Chicken is a good guess. Chicken is a good guess. It's not a chicken. Very similar to a chicken in that it's a bird. Yes. So I'm just waiting to see if I can. DJ, a bustard. Good guess, DJ. A bustard is also a very tall bird, very big bird, heaviest flying bird, especially the Kori bustard. But if you see this bird's now lifted its head up, it's busy preening itself, and you'll notice a bustard has a long straight bill, whereas this one, which is headless now, it's now a headless chicken, has a hooked beak, meaning that it eats flesh. So try again, DJ. Nice guess. Richard, guinea fowl, excellent. I do enjoy a good guinea fowl, and they do also sit in trees. They don't eat so much flesh, although they're pretty cannibalistic. I've seen them eating eggs and stuff, which is pretty weird. But it's not a guinea fowl. Guinea fowls have a little helmet on the top of their head. This one does not have a helmet. It's got a little fuzzy, it looks like it's got a Homer Simpson amount of hair on its head. Just like 3 little fluffy bits. It's also got a long neck. Chicken hawk, Louis. Ooh, chicken hawk is a good guess. We don't get chicken hawks here, but I know in the US, in the Americas, they get something called a turkey buzzard, which is kind of like a chicken hawk, I think. A turkey buzzard is very similar to this bird. It uses its sense of smell to find rotting flesh. This bird is using its eyesight. These birds in southern Africa, in fact, have an incredible sense of eyesight, and also a good sense of smell, looking for dead things. Generally speaking, we're getting closer. Oh, I can feel it's getting hotter. We should play that game where it's like warmer, colder. Anything that gets warmer is very excellent. Oh, Jennifer, you've almost got it, because snake eagles also have naked legs. They've got no feathers on their legs, and they also sit in these dead trees looking out for whatever they can eat. However, snake eagles often sit very upright. Now, it is windy, so it might be leaning forward, but I can tell you it's not a snake eagle. This one has a rather long neck and a small head, whereas snake eagles have a short neck, big head. Tulsik and Patrick, hooded vulture. Oh, you're so close. So a hooded vulture has a very slender beak, because a hooded vulture is the smallest of the vultures, and it's eating the little bits in between the knuckle bones and the joints. This is a rather larger type of vulture. So we've got the family right. It's a bit of a larger vulture, that's more of a generalist. Cameron and everybody else who said white-backed vulture, you are correct. Well done. I think that is a white-backed vulture. We can see a little bit of the patch on its back, and it's got that naked neck. We can't see the eyes with this distance that we're sitting from this vulture, because we didn't want to scare it away. But if it had pale eyes, it would be a Cape vulture. But I'm pretty sure, knowing where Cape vultures like to nest along the mountain, that a Cape vulture would not be roosting here, so far from the mountain. I'm pretty sure that this is a white-backed vulture. So well done. You can see it's holding on for dear life in this gusting, frigid winter wind. It's very unusual. We've actually seen quite a lot of vultures the last day and a half. So it's interesting. I think there must have been some activity here. We know there are at least 3 lions somewhere in this area. We found tracks this morning, and some people did see 3 different lions yesterday evening, quite late in the evening. So we're busy trying to find them, and maybe that's what's brought these vultures into the area. So wish us luck as we continue on our search.
So, all right, guys, you can see now clearly the temperature is changing. It's getting a little warmer. You can feel in the wind as well. The temperature, or the wind temperature, has changed. It's getting a little better, and like I said earlier, you can feel the moisture, or actually smell the moisture in the air as well. But just look at how these kudus are now coming out of their hiding spots after hiding from the cold this morning, and getting active and starting to look to feed. That's just a beautiful setting, all of them walking in that straight line. There's a couple of springbok also in the distance, but they're behind the bushes now, so we'll have a look at them a little later. But yeah, these kudus, just like I said earlier, I just love them. They're my favorite animal. Well, as far as antelope is concerned, one of them. But just always so elegant when they're walking, and you can see now they're going out onto the high points, starting to look for something to browse on. It seems like some of them have already found something. But yeah, now typically when it heats up, you'll find, well, a little bit more, you'll find that the herbivores move out away from their hiding spots in the morning and start looking to either graze or browse, depending on the species. But yeah, it was just such a beautiful setting. We had to show it to you, particularly with them walking in that straight line. You can see that one has those huge satellite-like ears. So Melissa had a question, what is the gestation period for a kudu? That's a very good question, Melissa. Typically with the herbivores, you'll find that they've got much longer gestation periods than the predators. For the kudus particularly, they fall pregnant around, like I said earlier, April, May, and then they'll drop their babies typically at around February. Over here, funny enough, it's a little later. We've got later rainfall, like our proper rainfall season is a little later during the year. So typically for the kudus around 9 months as well, maybe 8.5. But yeah, they have to have a very long gestation period, just because those babies need to be very well developed at birth to be able to get up and going. With the herbivores, you typically find them having only one baby at a time. So with the kudus also, one calf at a time, very well developed. It's not like the lions where they have 3 or 4 with a short gestation period. The herbivores, they need to be ready for action as soon as they drop, to be able to survive and stay, well, alive not be eaten. So they typically very well developed. So longer gestation periods. I mean, if we look at something like an elephant, they're pregnant for 22 months. So yeah, with the kudus, around 9 months gestation period, just so that baby is very well developed at birth. But yeah, guys, as we can see, no meerkat action yet. I do think they're going to wake up soon, though. Like I said, the temperature is changing, so it is getting a little warmer. So it's time for them to start coming out. But as soon as they pop their heads out, we're going to be with you again. But just yeah, it's quite a good surprise So Cameron had also a really good question as far as kudus is concerned. How high can they jump? And Cameron, I've personally seen a male kudu now running, running at full speed, jumping over, that was a 1.8 to 2 meter fence. So I mean, easily jumping over my head. I'm 1.8 meters tall, so very, very easily to do that. They say that the male kudus can go up to about 2.5 meters, maybe even a little higher, some of them. And then the females, they'll typically jump around maybe 2.3 meters. Like I said, some of them will jump a little higher, some will jump a little lower. It's just like myself not being a high jump champion in the Olympics, and then other people that jump much higher than that. So yeah, with the kudus particularly, about I'd say average, let's say if you take male and female both, it will be, let's say, around 2.3, 2.5 meters that they can jump. They actually say that while they're busy feeding, being static, if something slithers under their belly, or if they get a fright just like that, they can, without warning, jump almost 2 meters up into the air. So yeah, very, very good jumpers.
Welcome back to the river, and our so-called potential crossers have decided to leave the river, but tables have turned. There is a few that are heading towards, beyond the horizon, or are heading back towards the river. So is it now or not? That's a very beautiful, picture of them walking on top of that ridge. Remember, it's full of rocks. So they're walking cautiously, and from there I'm sure they can see the other side and this side. So it's an added advantage. They're all going towards the water. Remember, there's no guarantee that they are going to cross. They sometimes look like they really are going, and sometimes you find one like that one that's really like, I'm not going to be the last one. I'm going to be amongst the first ones. Then they get to the water, and then the situation changes, just like we saw a while ago, where they got to the water and they decided to turn back. They have been here since I was here, very early this morning, maybe 6:45, East African time. I don't know the difference in time. It's almost 10 o'clock in the morning here. It's a beautiful morning. The sun is not as hot. There's a cool breeze. It's just perfect to be out, to a place like this. Okay, same situation. They get almost 20 meters, 60 feet, close to water, and then the situation changes. There are a good number of places to cross, but every now and then they do form, their, crossing. So I don't know if they're going to use one of the old ones, or they're going to use, one that they're going to form. Remember, the crossing is one of the ultimate things that you can see during the migration. Apart from seeing the huge numbers, seeing the kills, seeing the crocodiles eat them, crossing the river is one thing that everybody would like to see. I would be very glad to show you this on live TV from here in the Masai Mara. Yes. Anushka, you ask how full does the river go? I tell you, it can be very, very, very high. This year, I think it broke its banks, and it was highest recorded, I think, in about 30 years. From where it is, it came up about, what would I call it, about 30 feet from where it is. So it was very, very high. If we may share with you, you see all those debris along there, all those trees, that's the marker where it was. And when James sweeps back, you will see how far the water is. So it was there, and now it is there. That is around 30 feet. I'm talking about 9 meters from where it is to where I am. I'm very high up on the ledge on the bank. So Anushka, I hope I've answered you. It can be very, very high, and this is the highest it was recorded this year. Yes, and that's because we had lots of rain, lots of unexpected rain from the months of October, November, December, all the way, and then what escalated this is we start our long rains in April, so when the short rains didn't end, they joined with the long rains, and so it was very high in June. I'm staying with these guys. Don't you worry, they won't cross without you seeing them.
Alrighty, everyone. So the vulture that we saw flew off, and as it did so, or actually we got a lot closer to it, and then it flew off, and as it did so, I got my binoculars on it, and I actually think that this might have been a Cape vulture. So to all of you that said white-backed vulture, you were right as to what my description was, but those of you that said Cape vulture, I think that's actually what it was. Now, if we look, it's the one in the middle here. So on the right-hand side of the screen now, you've got a young white-backed vulture. In the middle of the screen, on the left of the screen rather now, is what I think is a Cape vulture. It's still quite far, but if you look carefully, it might have a pale eye. Now, if it's got a pale eye, it's definitely a Cape vulture. All right. Now, when it flew, it also didn't have a stark white back. It was a bit pale, but not stark white. Now, Cape vultures are generally much lighter in color than white-backed vultures, except until the white-backed vulture gets very old. So I don't know if you can screenshot and zoom in on it to see whether it's got a pale eye. We can't see very clearly, but just if it's got a pale eye, it's a Cape vulture. It's very rare and unusual. They don't often spend a lot of time away from the mountain, especially in weather like this. They would most likely be roosting. So what might have happened is that this vulture was out foraging for food, looking for carcasses, caught in this windy, cold weather, and decided to save its energy and wait here. Then you can see the smaller white-backed vulture moving a bit closer there. And you can see this is a young white-backed vulture on the right-hand side there. You see how dark it is compared to the one that I believe is a Cape vulture. It's amazing to see a comparison here. So I'm not 100% convinced, but you can see the bill on that one on the left there is much broader, longer, and bigger. It is a bigger vulture than a white-backed, so I think it could be a Cape. See, look, it's opening its wings there, and there's not a distinctively white back. I don't know if any of you, this might be a first time to see a Cape vulture. I think it's a Cape vulture. I'm 90% sure now. Nice. Megan, I'm glad that it's your second time to see one. I've very rarely been able to see them sitting like this. So I'm very excited if it is one. And I'm like I said, 90% sure that it is, with the not white back and with that broad, stronger bill and the paler eye. That's fantastic. The one on the left there could also be a Cape vulture, except that I know that white-backed vultures, as they get older, do get paler in color. But until it flies and until I see it, the eyes look dark on that one. I mean, they look much darker than the one in the middle. So I think that's a white-backed vulture. And also the color of the skin is a bit paler on a Cape vulture than on a white-backed. So you can see the skin on that vulture on the right there is a bit more grayish in color, whereas the skin on the white-backed vulture on the left is a little bit more of a dark charcoal color. Victoria, is a good question. No, these birds are not friends. They're not aggressive to each other as long as there's no food involved. When there's food, however, the Cape vulture will dominate the white-backed vultures. They will chase the white-backed vultures away and dominate them because they are larger. But without food, a little bit of a snap there. So they're definitely not friends, but they tolerate each other when there's no food around. They are not birds that fly in flocks. They move together because they eat the same resources, but there is definitely competition. Oh, look, see? A lot of snapping. And they've got sharp bills, very, very sharp, dangerous hooked bills that can cause major damage. So although they're sort of tolerating each other, they won't want to get too close. There's definitely personal space issues. Social distancing in this day and age, very important, as you know. So these vultures are trying their best to practice social distancing. So you can really see the size difference there. Oh, that's cute. This one, they're fighting a bit, but this one really wants to get a bit of a wind block by sitting right behind the slightly larger vulture. Do you see that? It's moved a bit closer. Try not to make eye contact, though. It's pretending like it's not actually doing it. Don't fight. It's very interesting. So you can see every now and again when they turn their heads, I think you can see that paler eye. I'm just going to use my binoculars for a moment to see if maybe I can get another gander at it. To me, it definitely looks like it's got a paler eye, almost certainly. And it's much larger. You can see the body size is bigger. So yeah, I think we can call it. Well done all. If anyone managed to get a screenshot, please post it on there so we can have a closer look. But yeah, a wonderful view of some vultures on a dead tree.
All right, guys, so still no action. Just a couple of things. I actually went and looked it up quickly. Cameron, if you're still with us, that question that you had about the kudus, the tallest or the highest recorded jumps of kudus was like 3.5 meters. So just like we said, great jumpers, easily clearing 2 meters, and the highest ones that was recorded about 3.5 meters. Then also as back to the question about the gestation period of the kudus, I believe it was Melissa that asked that. I also went and just double checked on that. You know, it's always good as a guide just to make sure that you are on top of everything. I see that it's rather 8 to 8.5 months, not going over to 9 for the greater kudu, which is the one that we have over here. So around 240 days gestation period for them. And then the lesser kudu is a little lower, but we don't have the lesser kudu here in South Africa. That's one that you get a little bit further north in Southern Africa, and then also up towards the Eastern African sections. So they are about 222 days, so around 7.5 months that they'll be expecting. But yeah, guys, still nothing on the meerkat front. They are staying in a little later this morning. I do think. So Warren, we had a very good question from Warren. How often do the meerkats move their burrow? Warren, they don't move their burrows as much. They've got several burrow sites within their little territory, and they'll then move from burrow site to burrow site. Like the rock stars, particularly at the moment, they haven't moved to another burrow for the last almost 4 days, which they've come back to the same one, which is why we are thinking they are making ready for that beta female to give birth, or she has already done so. We'll see as soon as she comes out now, whenever they wake up. But then typically you'll find, it's not a set thing for them to move to different burrows. They sometimes, depending on the amount of insect activity and the availability of food in the particular area, if it is good and high, you'll find that they sometimes come back to the same burrow, like the rock stars have been doing now for the last 4 days. Sometimes you find them moving quite some distance to get to another area in their territory to be able to forage over there, and then they'll use another burrow site. But so to answer your question, you find certain groups switching burrows every day, and then other groups coming back. If it's depending on their territory, and the amount of insect activity and foraging opportunities. If it's a good area, they're going to come back to that particular area, only moving, let's say, after 4 or 5 days to the other site. And the reason for them then moving is more to keep the parasite load, fleas and those types of things, to a minimum. And also, the smell gets quite strong. So for things like honey badgers and so on, to track them down, if they use the same burrow over and over and over again, they will then be very easy to track down because their scent gets stronger. Whereas when they move burrows constantly, that scent never gets so strong. It's like a leopard moving a den site with their cubs so that scent doesn't get strong and, enemies discover them.
Animals will get sometimes all sorts of parasite you would think of. And fleas, lice, it's very common. For the elephants, what I've seen them have are the ticks, huge ticks. You'll either see them by the eyelashes, and sometimes for the females by the mammary glands. Very small baby here elephant are following the mother very closely. You can see how tall the grass is here compared to where we were before. The short grass with the zebras feeding. This grass is like, what you get? Are you limping or are you just dragging your feet? Now I want to observe this calf carefully. Whether she got a limp. It's like either she got a limp or something. Yeah, she definitely got a deformity of some sort that I haven't seen. Either she's strained one of her legs, and it's more of the back legs to me. Now there's a road there they might cross. Maybe we'll see better as she comes to cross the road. She still wants to feed herself at the same time. Hopefully that big cow doesn't block her way. Let's closely look at her. She's just walking in a funny way, yeah. And it's like the issue is on the hindquarters. Yeah, that's very sad for that baby, and hopefully she's going to recover and fix herself as maybe she grows older. But it's nothing to worry. It doesn't look like a fracture of some sort, but I'm sure it's something that it'll be fixed as she grows older. Because body-wise, she looks to be in very good shape. She's moving fine. She's feeding okay. She doesn't look thin. And she's just giving us a confirmation of the same by shaking her trunk. But you can tell she got an unusual gait as she walks. You should eat a lot of grass to grow and become a big, big elephant like the mother we saw there. But if you look, there's something from the pelvic coming down. And more so to her back, her left foot. It could be some weakness of some sort. I mean, once in a while we have seen this happening. Critic could say most likely she fell down. We have seen that happen, and especially now when we have all the rains going on and the mothers decide to move. The black cotton soil is a bit slippery when it's wet, and maybe in the process of walking she fell down, or maybe when they're playing with the other youngsters something happened and she miscalculated. There's that possibility. Let me just turn around and look at her one more time. But yeah, it's very possible she might have fell down. Parker, we need you to move. Well done, Parker. Okay. Good there? Okay. We want to look at her again. And Kim, that's a great comment. There's a possibility maybe something is stuck on her foot It's possible. It could be a thorn. I mean, I'm sure you know we got trees here that we call Vachalias that have very huge thorns that we used to call them acacias way back. And maybe even a stick, a broken stick somewhere. As she was walking and she stepped on one stick and it's still in there. Now, the challenge comes when we see, such situations here in the Masai Mara. If maybe it wasn't human that was involved, we'll always let go. But if we think there was human interference, then we'll have human intervention by, for example, calling a vet doctor to come and maybe observe that particular calf. We'll keep an eye on her. If I would be able to know this particular herd, I would be happy to follow it, even if not today, tomorrow, to see how she'll be doing. But she looked to be in very good shape. Kaylin, have I ever seen a stampede of elephants in the Mara? I have only seen one. I'm not sure that you call it a stampede, but it was some kind of interaction between elephants and rhinos and lions. And we had everybody running and pushing each other. That could be the only stampede I would say I have seen. But elephants, Kaylin, are very intelligent animals. They'll calculate because they know if they commit themselves to run or stampede, they know the dangers that would be involved, especially if they have young ones like this. Time to have breakfast, maybe? Definitely. And that's where the mammary glands of elephants are placed, which is not like the usual mammals. And remember, we enjoy getting comments from you or questions. And you can always do that by tweeting to us. Hashtag CGTNWorld or hashtag WorldEarth. Very peaceful when you see baby elephants nursing. The mother stops, but I'm sure she is also eating. War Machine, could elephant have been bitten by a snake? It is possible. I mean, there are so many possibilities for that calf. I mean, a bite is possible. Playing is a possibility. A thorn, as Kelly was saying, is a possibility. A stick, as I was saying, a broken stick. Or maybe she fell in a hole. Look at the height, War Machine, of this grass here. And if she walks blindly without looking, and maybe youngsters being youngsters, and she lands her foot in a hole, she could have sprained it. She could have gotten a sprain all the way in the pelvic or at the ankle. It could be anywhere. I mean, there's so many possibilities. Or it could be a deformity from birth. It's something I haven't seen before. And I can tell you, I'm just hoping, with time, she is going to recover. The only challenge would be something like a stick or a thorn. I'm trying to imagine what would happen. Would it rot slowly after a couple of months while still in the body? Or will it there'll be a wound that will form there, and then along the way with the discharge of pus, the stick or there would be the thorn will come out? If some venom of some sort, say from a snake, it's going to clear at one point. But again, as I say, the good news, she looks in very good shape. Linda, the formation of the Mara is very interesting. And the geology here we sit in the Rift Valley. And after all the eruptions that we had thousands of years ago, we had the magma or the lava that covered the whole of this area and killed all the vegetation, all the trees that were in here. And that's why what happened after that is only the grass was able to shoot up and grow. And if you see this, Linda, and Serengeti National Park, this is what you see. The Mara and the Serengeti are similar ecosystems, and The Serengeti, as you know, it means endless plains. So you stand in a place in Serengeti, this is exactly what you see. We'd see a tree once in a while here or there, but in general, savanna is the biggest habitat or the most dominant habitat of the Masai Mara and Serengeti. And this remains all around the year. We don't see trees that will grow then die. No, we only see this kind of openness. And the most common species of trees that we'll see here will be either the bosquii or the shepherd trees. But of course, depending on where you are, Linda, you'd see some other types of trees like the acacias and wabugias, the eucalyptus, the orange leaf crotons, and many others. The most peaceful animals that I know of when they're feeding. Very complex social structures elephants have, and I'm sure we can get more information.
Elephants have fascinated us for so long because they display the same social complexities and full emotional range of our own human species. Mothers, sisters, cousins, and aunts live in herds while the bulls wander the wilderness as bachelors. Cows live in the same herd from birth until the end of their life, some 60 years later. The herd is led by the oldest and wisest female, the matriarch. She's not only responsible for leading the herd, but also dishing out discipline to the often unruly teenagers. With their flappy ears, floppy trunks, and folded skin, baby elephants have the cuteness edge over their human counterparts. Like toddlers, they are playful, curious, and love rolling about in the dirt. Human voices and vehicles provide endless entertainment for bored little elephants, and they, in turn, are always a source of amusement for us. Exploring is the main source of calf entertainment, but it's a scary and sometimes prickly world out there, and Mum is thankfully never far off. Bulls become boisterous when they hit puberty, and this irritates the matriarch. Once she's had enough, she will boot them out of the herd to find their own way in the world. Like playground bullies, the young males fight for dominance, sometimes with extreme violence. The older bulls live alone but mentor these young bucks. It is these fellows that are the ultimate gentlemen of the wilderness.
So just like elephants have quite intricate social structures with a few matriarchs, lion prides also have a few dominant females, and we are looking at one of those dominant lionesses of the mountain pride. Oh, there's a big yawn. Look at that. So we have just come back to the spot here to get some footage of them. Oh, she's lying down. Because it was raining quite a bit earlier and we had to race for cover and then came back. And luckily the lions were still here. It seems like they are settling down for the whole day. Oh, got a few drops of rain starting to fall on us again. So she's been actually sitting upright the whole time since we've been here, and only really lie down now. So I think she's realized that the rest of the pride that we had earlier is also settling down. Remember earlier today we were talking about how the cubs have those spots on them, and there you can actually see the remnants of the spots on this older lioness. You can see on her back legs there, and there where the whiter part and the brown part comes together, you can see the light brown spots there, and that's also what she had when she was cubs, and obviously they are fading away as she gets older, and she's quite old, probably around 9 or 10 years old, around there, so quite an old lioness, and she still has the remnants of those spots. Quite interesting to see. Oh, it's a cool weather, and she's just below a quarry. She's just below a guarri bush there, and she is so beautiful. And below that bush there, she is nice and covered from the cool breeze that's blowing, and also a bit of the rain. We are gonna stick around for now and see what this weather does, and also see what the rest of the pride is up to.
Welcome back to the river, and I have moved slightly further just because the toppies I was expecting and hoping and praying that they would go across decided that they were not gonna have any of that, or do any crossing where I was, so they moved on. I was hoping they were going to be here. They moved out of the plains, so I came here hoping they would be here, but they're not here. But I'm hoping they will be here because there is an area that I can see, and I'm hoping they're going to be here. And here I have more residents, more locals, so to say. They're in their home. That's where they are. And you can tell that he's very well relaxed, that female there. Very well fed. She's been eating well. Right now I'm sure digestion is taking place. You can tell how bloated they are. Hopefully, after the migration we'll be able to share with you. Gremlin General, you say, where did they go when the Mara River dries up? Unfortunately, the Mara River never dries up. It does go down slightly than where it is right now, but it never dries up. When the migration is finished, they move up and down, targeting areas where small game come to drink. Remember, we have plenty of animals. We have almost 70 mammals resident to the Mara, so they'll wait for any, if they need to eat, to get one. That is a yellow-billed stock, and he's got his knees folded. They fold, forwards. Their legs fold forwards, surprisingly, and there are some of the few stocks that are able to do that. After eating really well in the morning, he's resting, and that's a perfect area because you can see 360 or around him that it is safe. Yes, that is the bank where our hippos normally come out to sunbathe. Hopefully they will be coming out later on this morning. The river here, you can tell it's not as loud as where I was because there is less rapids, and that's why it's less loud. There's just a handful of rapids there. Remember, this is the Mara River, and it's flowing down towards Lake Victoria. Actually, I would say it's one of the source of the Nile, because from here goes into Lake Victoria. Lake Victoria draws into the Nile, then it changes to Blue Nile, then White Nile, and then drains into the Red Sea. So it's I would say it's a source of the Nile, one of the sources. There is nothing much as my eye can see across the other side, and that's where we normally have wildebeest parked, coming to drink and cross this time of the year, but I have nothing in sight, just beautiful views. I wish there was some animals, out there coming down. Just a few crocs, a few crockies here and there, waiting for that much awaited meal. There is quite a good number along the bank, spread out in different some areas. Yeah, remember the smaller ones will try and avoid the bigger ones because they will get chomped, they will get eaten, so they'll avoid them like a plague.
She comes to us. So we're still with this lioness that's sound asleep here. And I was just, while she was lying here, looking at the amount of teeth she's got in her stomach there. And she's got 2 that we can see, and then there's 2 on the other side of her stomach. And it's uncommon that cats have more cubs and more youngsters than what teats have got. So when we first saw this pride of lions youngsters, the small cubs that we filmed earlier this morning, there was 5 of them, and we thought that's quite rare. But then we realized that there was actually 2 lionesses, and it made all made sense. So 2 cubs to the one lioness and 3 cubs to the other. There is, however, a cheetah that's somewhere in the north of the reserve that had 6 cubs not too long ago, which is quite exciting. Yeah, interesting how that all works. And she is very happy with that little patch that she's lying on there, nice and sandy there, and she's not even panting. Often when they're sleeping like this and it's very hot, panting away, but not today. Is a very cool and rainy day throughout the whole of southern Africa. So she's very, very happy because she's just slowly breathing in and out, enjoying this midday snooze. And you can also see how her stomach is quite swollen, and as far as we know, she hasn't eaten anything recently. And I wonder if there's maybe some cubs that's developing inside that tummy there. We know she was mating with one of the male lions not too long ago, and she is the mother of the sub-adults that's part of this pride, which are just about 2 years old, and that marks her right about the time when she would be going into estrus again, or would have gone into estrus. So we are hoping that this lioness is gonna be producing a healthy litter soon. And looking at the size of her stomach, probably 2 or so months. Tim, you're asking if some lionesses can never have cubs in their life. I'm sure if they have some genetic deformity or maybe a disease or something that will prevent that, it could happen. But if they're healthy, and so they will have that natural need to reproduce and to pass their genes on, and they would actively search for a mate when they are in estrus, and male lions will obviously try and look for females and small that are in estrus. So it's very unlikely that a lioness will go a whole life without reproducing. And because their gestation period is so short, I'm sure it's even unlikely that a lioness will only have 1 set of cubs in her lifetime. Probably quite a few litters. She is, however, still sleeping, and I wonder how many of litters this female could have had, because she is quite old, like I said. And being around 10 years old, she probably started having cubs around 3 or 4, and could potentially have had quite a few litters throughout her life. But I think we're going to stick around for now and see if she maybe wakes up or repositions.
Well, sometimes you have to look at lionesses very carefully to find out if they have cubs or not. And one of the ways to do that is to look at their mammary glands and find out if they have any suckle marks. Because where we are here, there's a particular pride that controls this territory that is called the Mogoro pride. And we have been debating, myself and Isaac, if those two girls, or one of them, would be having cubs. Because every time we look at her mammary glands, we have always seen signs of suckle marks, but we have not seen the cubs. Is one area they don't move away from, and we think in that particular area, because there's some tall elephant grass, they could be having some cubs there. Good morning, Toppy. How are you today? I do not see any flies on your ears, Toppy, but it's good always to keep flicking them. Chewing cud. Enjoying the sun, unlike in South Africa, where they had some rain this morning. Very interesting the way, I would say, he is chewing the cud. My guess is a male, by virtue of being on his own where he is. He's going twang with the mouth and then stops. Butterfly, good morning. Is it good morning, Butterfly? All right, you love the colors of a toppy. I mean, Butterfly, all the antelopes we got here in Africa, toppy has some striking colors. And see, I mean, the brown, the tawny, the gray, the black. And if Bunga is going to try and punch close to the ear, Butterfly, look at the ear and tell me. It looks to me, I've always thought, it reminds me of a steinbok. And it's like someone came. It looks like a leaf. You know how a leaf has the main vein in between and small little arteries going out, or smaller veins going out from the main one. Steinboks and toppies and sesibes, to me, got very beautiful, beautiful ears. The inner side of it, the black and the white. And very striking colors. He just stops there looking at us. And he must be guarding his territory, definitely. Because in the background there, we've got some impalas. Lee, it's very possible to tell Toppy's age by looking at the size of the horn. But it's rather difficult in the sense that unless when they're young, but what happens, Lee, look at the Toppies. When they give birth to their babies, they got nothing similar in color to their mothers. They're all brown and apparently only one color. As they get older, the colors come out. So I would say it's a lot easier to look at the colors of the toppies than, of course, looking at the horns. But one thing's certain, when the toppies are young, the horns will have come out straight. And as they grow older, they curve outside, inside, and then you get the pointed end. I'm still amazed by how this toppy is chewing cud. Normally, when we look at, most of the ruminants, we'll always see them go like this. When they chew the cud. But this one is funny. He's just going choop, then stops. Choop, then he stops. I mean, not sure for what reason, but it's just chewing a little bit differently from the normal ruminants. Topi, hopefully when it cools off, you're going to eat more grass, and we leave you to enjoy your day.
Welcome back to the river, and my crocodile hasn't moved an inch. Remember, I have changed location from my original location because the toppies I was expecting moved, and I came here, came across that guy who's resting. He's quite full, basking in the sun, warming up, making sure that he can move fast whenever it's needed. On this section, it's actually quite empty, and when I say that, it's from animals, but the other creatures are here. They're like the black-headed heron. I'm sure there's fish, tadpoles, frogs, grasshoppers on that rocky area for him to feed on. Right now he's not very interested in eating. He's preening or cleaning himself, but the beach across is deserted. My yellow billstock is still resting after maybe a very good morning, successful hunting. Remember, different banks of the Mara River have been modified by hoofs and animals. Like this one, you can tell it's easy to come in and out. A very preferred estate or area for crocodiles and hippos to come out. Unlike others that have got a very steep bank, they have to walk long distances to get out or to get some food. That's another one. He's ready to pounce into the water if there's something, and using that rock like a pillow. That is the Nile crocodile. Note that we've seen different area of the river, different crocodiles. So this river is infested with crocodiles everywhere. Everywhere is just crocodiles, crocodiles, crocodiles. No swimming in this river. And here we have our first hippo in this section. Hard to tell if it's a male or female. When outside, sometimes you can tell by only not looking at their genitals, but the neck of a male slightly is thicker. Bye-bye. Yeah, that's how sometimes you can tell. Yes, these are the residents of the Mara. Look at her, she's really resting, hoping that a male will come by. On this note, as I sit here and wait for anything to happen, let's find out more and learn more about these great reptiles.
Rising on the northwestern edge of the Great Rift Valley and flowing into Lake Victoria some 400 kilometers later, the Mara River is a great vein of life. Running through one of the world's most famous wilderness areas, shaped and fed by African thunderstorms, rapids, pools, and banks provide sustenance to a variety of creatures. For the wildebeest, zebra, and gazelle of the Great Migration, the Mara River is a quencher of thirst. And also a fateful test. The herds must cross in search of grazing, but beneath the muddy surface lurks some of the world's largest crocodiles. They have been waiting for the migration for almost a year. For those that survive the rapids, rocks, and crocodiles, pastures of sweet red oatgrass await.
Welcome back to Pina, and we've just looped around to the other side, and we've gotten quite a nice view of the cubs here, and you can see how they all are wrapping themselves up, especially this little one here, to be as small as possible, because it is quite cold and quite rainy around here. Just finding a bit of interest in something in our direction. Maybe see an insect or something. And quite nice contrast with the white soil around them. Yeah, just as I said that, so these the soil here and the rocks and everything is so beautiful. We're in like quite a bit of an erosion area where the water runs down into a watering hole behind us. You can even see the redder rocks and so just below the youngsters there. So a lot of deposits of iron and so on in the soil here. So all 5 of these youngsters lying together. I can almost imagine that the 3 closest to us are siblings, and then those 2 lying next to each other there are maybe siblings. Remember how we said that there's 2 sets of cubs, 3 and 2. This one's starting to groom a little bit. So he might get up and move around a little bit after a grooming session like this. Maybe try and reposition himself. We can hear some branches breaking in the distance. I don't know if you could hear that, but sounds like there's maybe an elephant also in the area as well. Oh, look at this youngster's face. Not too impressed by this weather, it seems. See, there's a bit of a yawn as well, so all signs of him maybe getting up, grooming and yawning. His one ear is listening there towards where the elephant sounds were coming from. Yeah, there we go. And he's up. Oh, big stretch. Wants to come and snuggle up to the other 2. I'm cold. And he's just lying there in that little bit there so that he can try and get out of the wind a bit and also be right next to his siblings for some nice body heat. Oh, look at this one stretching himself as well. Look, those claws going into the ground there. Wow, that is pretty cool. Stacy, the mom, you're asking where the moms have gone? They are literally just off to our left-hand side, behind a big bush, just out of view from us. And these youngsters have been sleeping for quite a bit, so I wonder if they are slowly starting to wake up a little bit. See, there's quite a bit of yawning and stretching happening, especially by this one on the right hand side. See the other one sitting upright there as well. They were so playful earlier today. I think they all needed a good rest, just like kids do after a lot of play. And luckily, with a couple of them being together like this, they can snuggle up. And I think we are probably going to stick around here and keep an eye on them.
Stations north located at Leopard.
This youngster's settling down. Those 2 have also now been snuggled up together for quite a bit. That other one's almost lying on top of his sibling's foot there. Oh, something's biting him on his back. Can you see how he's moving the skin on his back there? Trying to chase whatever insect it is away.
Well, sleeping, and I'm coming or have come to my favorite spot and staying by the banks of the Mara River. Now, these rapids, and I hope you can hear them, I love to listen to them anytime I'm by the river. And in the background there, way in the background, earlier in the morning, we were talking of the size of the Masai Mara, and I might have mentioned the Ololo escarpment. And that's the escarpment you're seeing there. I can't remember who was asking that question before. Now, Isaac was still by the river at a different crossing point, and I've come to another area. Anna Maria, that's a very interesting question, and you're asking whether Nile crocodiles are the largest crocodiles in the world. I would really want to compare them with what we call the salt crocodiles. And Anna Marie, I'm sure before long I'll give you an answer, because for me, if I would give a straight answer, I would say yes, they are. I could be wrong, Anna Marie. And look at that baby there, Anna Marie. This one is definitely not the biggest. But you've seen some crocodiles that are over 18 feet long. You know, I'm talking about 6 meters in length and very heavy, some going to 500, 600 kilograms, over 1,000 pounds. So, Anna Marie, I'll give you an answer, but wanting to talk nicely and positively about the crocs that we have in Africa, I just want to say the Nile crocodiles are the longest or the largest. But then let's remember, we also got the salt crocodiles. Ours are freshwater crocodiles, especially in most of the rivers we have here in East Africa and the lakes that we got. Now, the levels of this water, according to me, have gone down, and this translates to no rains, good rains, I would say, upstream for the last, I would say, 2 nights or 2 afternoons, when we get most of the rains here, like in South Africa, where it could be in the morning or in the afternoon. Now, these hippos, if you remember, 2 days ago, or rather, I couldn't see from the same spot they are. I couldn't see their bodies. I couldn't see all the bodies out of the water, as much as they're still submerged. I'm saying so because hippos are very territorial, and you may go to a particular place and you expect to see the same hippos there, because that area, they manage it and they guard it. Most of the rocks that seems to have come, or they are more visible than the one yesterday and the day before. Again, an indication, less rainfall upstream. It's very healthy or very refreshing to just come and stay by the river, listen to the rapids. Julian, how are you? And at 4 years, you have asked me a very good question. Now, hippos, Julian, we call them semi-aquatic. That means hippos will spend some of their lives in water and some of their lives out of water. Hippos, Julian, are grazers. Grazers mean they eat grass, ideally only. So during the day, Julian, as you see them there, they'll stay in the water during the day. And if they come out, they only come out to sun themselves. But come at night, they'll go out to feed. So basically, or more or less the whole night, they'll be out there grazing and eating as much grass as they can. And then come about 5, 6 o'clock at dawn, you'll see them heading back to the water. And they will remain either in a river like this the rest of the day, or in a lake, or say in a swamp but they must stay in the water, Julian, so that they don't get sunburnt, because if they're out of the water for so long, they're going to die of dehydration. Now, see, the two hippos we're seeing there earlier before, Julian, have disappeared in the water, trying to cool off because it has warmed up. But you'll notice every few minutes they'll pop up, breathe out, breathe in, and then maybe right back under the water. Quite a beautiful scenery to watch and to listen at the rapids. So my whole plan to come here is to chance for a crossing, and we'll see how things will unfold along the day.
Welcome back. I have left the river and not very far from the river. I've come across this beautiful bull elephant. Of course, he's eating he's the only one that eats elephant grass. Yeah, they have these huge wide molars, and they have 6 sets of them, and they are able to grind this very coarse, looks like it's good for nothing grass, and they utilize it really well, and they're the only ones that eat it. Look at how he's using the trunk to pull it down, get it in. Yeah, I don't know what nutritional value it's got, but you know, they are the only animals that eat this kind of grass. He's slowly decided to leave me and head down with one, looks like a fly swatter, but not longer. He's eaten it. Look at the skin, it looks very wrinkly, but it is normal for them to have this very wrinkly skin. It is full of mud from wallowing that helps them thicken it so that biting insects cannot penetrate, you know, to suck blood. Looks like he's gonna join me on the road and head down. I don't know if he's gonna stand there or he's gonna move on. Definitely it's a young male. I'll give him a good plus minus 15, and so he's older. He's in his mid-20s, I would say. And at this age they are still nomadic. They are moving around. They're very solitary. They might join a bachelor herd where they stick together until they're big enough to be allowed to mate. Surprisingly, it's one of the most quietest animals. Yeah, they have this amazing shock, muscles that act like shocks on their ankles that reduce all the noise.
So guys, look at who finally decided to wake up. I have to say it was quite the wait, but I understand completely why they took so long. I mean, if you have a look at that grass next to them, look at how that's shaking in the wind. And the burrow that they chose to come out from is the one that's facing directly towards the north, so that wind must have just been pumping in there. But yeah, finally the guys are out. It does... Oh, shame. Look at how those eyes are being closed. I can imagine there's quite a bit of sand also being blown into them at the moment. But yeah, just very happy that they're out and about now. They're going to take some time. yeah, we feel the same. Yay, meerkats. But yeah, it would seem like they're going to take some time just to warm up. You know, this wind is not helping for them heating up. You can see it's only the two, it looks like the alpha and the beta female that's out at the moment. The rest haven't even popped their heads out. I'm going to try and see if I can look down the burrow and see if there's others just trying to look down. But no, it wouldn't seem like that. Sorry, guys. Here they come again. But yeah, as you can imagine, with this wind, like we said earlier, with the kudus as well, with the giraffe also, this wind is going to make them not only want to stay in bed for longer, but also very paranoid to check out for danger and so on. You know, that sense of hearing and, well, smell to a certain extent, but more hearing is taken away completely now with all this, you know, wind just ruffling all the grasses, and you know, just the sheer sound of the wind is also going to have an effect on them. They won't be able to hear anything, obviously, with the meerkats there. Sense. So we had quite an interesting question from Ruby. What are the pregnant subordinates, if I heard correctly? So Ruby, just a broad answer to your question. We currently have the alpha female that has got the... Sorry? So we've currently got the alpha female, which has got the 2 3-month-old pups, and then the beta female, we just want to confirm when all of them are out whether she is still pregnant or not. You know, it's difficult to really say just by 2 of them popping out their heads which one is which. The beta female is heavily pregnant now, expecting to have her babies being either already born or being born within the next couple of days. So typically breeding behavior within the meerkat groups, about 75 to 90% of the breeding will be done purely by the alpha female. You know, so typically you'll find only the alpha female getting pregnant, and she'll repopulate the group as they go. However, in cases like now, the beta female will also get pregnant, and depending on the alpha female, whether she'll then decide whether she's going to allow that babies to be born and be raised to maybe get the group size larger and so on. As we know, they've got a 70-day gestation period, so for the meerkats, like going back to the group of the Xhosa group, there are only 3 individuals at the moment, so they are going to need all the help they can get. They almost have to go their 3rd ranking female to have babies as well, just to get some action going there and up their numbers, you know, because strength in numbers or higher numbers is not only good for looking out for danger, but also when there is pups being born, there's more babysitters to help to raise the babies. You know, they've got cooperative breeding systems, so it's not only the mom that's responsible for the little ones. I see there's another one poking its head out here on the left-hand side now, but it's not only the mom that's responsible for raising them. You'll find that almost when the babies are at the point where they go out foraging with the others, you'll find an allocated babysitter for each baby, sometimes even 2, that goes out, and while they forage, they also dig up grubs and little larvae and so on, which they then feed to the babies, because of those initial stages for the babies, they're not nearly as good as the adults when it comes to, you know, finding beta larvae or anything like that. The digging process, that's something they need to learn, how to locate those things. So yeah, the subordinate meerkats in the group, you'll only really find on special occasions the beta female getting pregnant, and you know, sometimes when that female gets pregnant, the alpha female doesn't allow it, so she'll either abort her pregnancy, or when she gives birth, sadly enough, the alpha female will kill them. But in cases like, well, hopefully now, when the beta female does give birth and they do want to get the group numbers up, the alpha female will allow it as well. But typically speaking, the alpha female is the one that does the breeding and the repopulating of the group. So another good question by Johnny Whiskey. How are the alphas chosen in the group? Typically speaking, in the group, it will be either by age and experience, or just by sheer, you know, strength and ability. So with the alpha females, it does make a lot of sense for them to be one of the older individuals within the group, because they've got the experience and the know-how to know where to go, where to forage, which areas will be good at which times of the year. So that is a determining factor for the females. Also, you know, the strongest, most capable one, as well as that experience factor, will be something that they use to determine who's the alpha female. Typically, in any way, when you look at the alpha female, she will be the larger, more dominant one as far as strength and so on goes. But the experience is a very important factor for that, for them to determine that. As far as alpha male goes, that will be determined by sheer strength and power. You know, they need to be the strongest male in the group to be able to pass on the best genes at that time. So for very much like most other animals, you'll find that with like let's say for instance buffalo, you'll find that female buffalo are ranked according to not only their strength and ability, but also according to a certain experience factor, whereas with the males, they are all about the mating, so the strongest and most capable male will be the highest ranking in that group. Same with meerkats. Yeah, guys, we're just very happy that they are out this morning. I mean, the previous time we were here, they didn't come out, and we said today we're going to sit here until they come out. So we're very happy that they did come to us, or that did wake up before the morning drive ends. And I mean, there's just something special about a meerkat. I think that's something that's born into you, almost everyone that has ever watched Lion King. Everyone that's ever watched Lion King, with that Timon and seeing the meerkats in real life, they're just the cutest thing, and there's a sense of warmth that develops inside you having that background.
Well, the meerkats, we always equate them to the mungus, or the monkeys here in East Africa, and they are related quite a distance, but they are our meerkats here. And as you know, Dylan says, if anybody watched the movie Out of Africa, I must have enjoyed that. And the same movie also, that escarpment you're seeing there, also featured in the same movie Out of Africa. Now, should we see any animals coming to cross the river, that's the direction they're going to come from. And it's interesting, the days we come here and we see a lot of zebras and wildebeest, or even toppies wanting and actually crossing the river. And the days we come and we see nobody. The days we think, oh, the crossing is over. But again, it's always a question of chance. So like today, it has been very quiet. It could be different the next 1 hour or 2 hours, or this afternoon. We may come tomorrow here in the morning and you'll get thousands of those animals waiting to cross the river. William, that's another good question from an 11-year-old kid. Well done. And you're asking whether we ever have any issues between crocodiles and hippos. In general, not, because William, from where I am, I think you saw a crocodile earlier that we were showing you that was basking on top of rock. And not very far from there, we also showed you a couple of hippos in the water. Normally, they have very good relationship and they do not go for each other. But William, once in a while, we have seen fully grown crocodiles for reasons, say for example, when they're very hungry, we have seen them going for baby hippos. And I'm sure you know, as I said earlier, hippos are herbivores, eating grass. And now, you know, crocodiles are carnivores and they eat meat. And of course, the baby hippos would form very good food for the crocodiles. William, what do you think? Do you think those hippos are too big, William, or do you think they're too small? try and compare their size and your size and you tell me, what do you think? The same way, I'm sure you sent your question, kids' questions at wildlife.tv. Let me know, what do you think? Are they too big or are they too small? When you look at our large mammals here in East Africa, we have always had elephants as number one, white rhinos as number two, and then they're followed by the hippos. So William, just to let you know, hippos are huge mammals. So they're out now because they're a bit cold and they want to sun themselves because they spend the better part of the night feeding and they were cold. When they came in the water in the morning and they found it's rather cold, after a few minutes, after a few hours, they came out, they just scanned around and they thought they're safe. And just like this crocodile, that's why they are also outside there. But look the difference between the hippos and the croc. Both of them sunning themselves up. The hippo's mouth shut. This croc, ooh, they're having a V mouth, wide open. Which have always brought us the big question, carrying itself with a lot of debate. Do they open the mouth to cool off? You know? Because if it's too hot and the water is there, why don't you go back in the water? But having very rough skins, a lot of scales and hard skin that doesn't have any breathing pores, that's the only way, personally, I think, they're able to perspire and contain their body temperatures, crocs being cold-blooded. I've always wondered, just like me enjoying the rapids, do the rapids have an effect, on all the animals that live in here, be it the crocs or be it the hippos? Because this goes on, like 24/7, day and night. Maybe. I'll be finding out today as I spend more time with these animals.
We've just come across a herd of impala, and we almost thought it was some more impalas. Oh, they are quite skittish. They're starting to run from something away from us. I think the winds may be carrying some scent or something, but those two warthogs are so red from the red soil in this area. We almost didn't realize there was warthogs between these impalas. I can see it's just one female with her youngster there. This herd of impala is quite nervous. They keep on looking all around the place, and also they just bolted around the corner a little bit and keep on moving in that direction. So it makes us almost want to keep on driving and go look at what they're so nervous about or what the wind is carrying. They are literally on the open area where the lions were earlier today, so it might be that they can still smell the lions around this area. And these impalas, all of them are like quite dark this morning, and it's because they are quite cold. You can see how they are quite a dull looking. They're not as shiny as they usually are, and they're quite dark in coloration because they're all raising the hair on their bodies, getting goosebumps, trying to fluff themselves up to keep themselves nice and warm. Oh, that one's actually chewing a bone. Look at that. How interesting is that? Chewing that bone. His head's gone down. Let's see if it picks it up again. No, has lost interest. Oh, very cool to see. Probably trying to get some other nutrients from that bone there, grinding away at some of the calcium or so that's on the bones. Wow, not always you get to see impalas do that. The act of osteophagy, which means that they are feeding on bones. They are slowly moving off, think what we are going to do is we're going to keep on heading down the road here and see if we can go past some watering holes and see if there's some animals around there as we get closer to the middle of the day.
So guys, I'm looking at these meerkats going up and down into these burrows, and you know, something that we haven't considered this morning is, and that's when you see that, you also realize why they've been hiding. It's not necessarily a temperature thing, but with them being at eye level, with this wind blowing the way it is, not only are they, you know, getting blown around, but also we were talking so much about their sense of smell and their sense of hearing that's been taken away. But being at that ground level, I just see them cringing the whole time. And, you know, with the wind being as strong as it is today, it's picking up quite a bit of sand particles and just hitting them in their eyes. And, you know, this with the meerkats, their sense of sight is absolutely their most valued sense. That's what they use to spot eagles and, well, any type of raptor for that matter. Pale chanting goshawk, all of those types of things. Snakes, you name it. Anything that could be an enemy of them, they rely on their sense of sight to spot that. And with this sand particles being blown into their eyes the whole time, that has been taken away. So it's definitely not safe for them to be up and moving around yet. I mean, now they've got the safety of the burrows just over here, so a little bit more safe. But as soon as they start foraging and this wind is like it is, keeping an eye out for danger is going to be a real mission today. So, you know, at the one point you understand why they've been in the burrows for so long. It's not necessarily because they were just snuggling still. So Damon asked a particularly interesting question: how long do meerkats live for? And Damon, you know, it's difficult to give an exact time. I'd say the average is probably around, well, a good life for a meerkat, averaging around maybe six, maybe 7 years. If it is that long, you know, with them being so small, their mortalities can happen at high frequencies or quite quickly. You know, we saw the other day with the honey badgers getting to that burrow system of the horsas and just, I mean, almost wiping out an entire group of meerkats, only 3 being left. So, you know, with the females, they typically get ready for mating around 24 to 36 months, so 2 to 3 years, and then they'll reproduce for another couple of years. So yeah, typically a good life for meerkat, probably around 6 to 7 years. Some of them might live a little longer. But, you know, there's always that thing of, you know, babies dying at early ages and some youngsters being taken by snakes that bring down that average. And remember, when you read a book and you see a meerkat lives, or let's talk about a leopard rather, a leopard lives for 24 years, it's not always in the bush, you know. There's so many factors that you have to consider out here, which will determine the lifespan of a particular organism. So I'd say out here, with it being dry, with it being, you know, harsh conditions, when it rains, it floods. When it is dry, it's really dry. When it's cold, it's very cold. And, you know, over this past 5 years now, we've had a particularly bad drought in South Africa. So insect numbers went down, so their food was difficult to come by. So a lot of the meerkats had a big shock to their system, and not only their system, to their group structures as well. But yeah, to answer your question, I'd say around 6 to 7 years is a good life for a meerkat. Some of them might live a little longer though. Yeah, but yeah, guys, as you can see, they decided to duck into the burrows. I'm pretty sure they're going to be up and down now for the next couple of minutes, maybe another hour before they decide, okay, now they're going to come out. The wind should calm down during the middle of the day, so probably then they'll really come out and sun themselves and then start foraging.
Welcome back. I'm further up the road and I've met a beautiful herd of Cape buffalo We call them nyati in Swahili, and this is huge. It's one big, huge breeding, herd. A breeding herd is a mixture of females, males, half-growns, and calves, accompanied by their favorite bird, the cattle egret, and they're using the backs of the buffalo as a standing point, mostly because yesterday it got rained on. We had a big storm around this area, and I'm sure they're very wet, so it's an advantage, instead of being in the grass, to be on the buffalo's back to dry up. This is one of the grazers of the Mara, and they do very well. They never migrate. These are residents and always very inquisitive, especially when they can hear noises or they can smell you. They'll stop and stare at you like you owe them something. It's a very dangerous animal, but cases of them, cases of their fatalities are almost nil, because there are no people walking on foot here. This is where they should be, and so it's quite okay, for them to be here. Looks like they're coming closer towards me. They want to find out, who I am. This is an animal that never gets used to vehicles. It's always running away. They're always running away. You'll never get close to them. They're about 100 meters from me. That's 300 feet. And all of them Krishna, hello. You want to know to differentiate between a male and a female. Look at those ones facing us. The one behind the calf, there is one with funny horns, looks like they're high up, and then there's one to the right, folded all the way to the almost touching the skull. Look at the middle there. There's no much horn. Look at the back, the one at the back with almost whitish middle. You see how thick it is. Yeah, you look at the middle, and the male horns, they have an area called the boss. It's where the two horns meet in the middle of the skull. It is much thicker, much wider. Main reason, it's because they do fight for mating rights. It can cover a larger area of the enemy's head when they hit each other, and also it can reduce the impact to the head, and hence not causing an injury to their head. For the females, they don't need them, so they only have a sharp end to hook an enemy. Look at that one with the cattle egret, that one there. Can you zoom into the one to the left, James, if you can? Are you out? Yes. Okay, you see that one with the cattle egret. There's one that I cannot see the head. The next one, look at the middle. That is a male. That's how you can differentiate between male and female. And that's why it's called a breeding herd, because it's a mixture of males and females. Yes, and they carry the young one for almost 11 months, very much like our domestic animals. This is a pure grazer. They need plenty of grass to graze on, so you'll always find them where there's plenty of grass. And it's one of the big five, the aggressive five, I would say. This is an animal that in the old days, when people used to hunt them, this animal used to ambush them, and hence it's called the big five. Look at that beautiful male over there. He's got a huge boss, the one slightly to the left of the screen. There's a female with very interesting horns there. They all come in different sizes and shapes. Some of them folding back really hard, some of them going almost out straight. Yeah, they are very different. This is a very heavy animal, almost hitting around 900 kilos for fully grown males, and about 500, 600 for females. Yeah, although they look heavy, these guys can, run. And they're always looking at you because they have amazing eyesight. So they're looking at me like, hey, is that Isaac? Remember, this is live. It's coming from Masai Mara. Talk to us on hashtag CGTN Wild and hashtag Wild Earth. Yeah, questions and comments are very, very welcome. Yeah, that's a young bull, you can tell. Jaden, you ask if those horns can kill a lion. Yes. Yes, a good number of lions, the number is not recorded, die from those horns. I have seen very serious injuries from those horns to lions, and I have seen, lions die from those horns. If they hook with that weight, they have so much power, they just need to pull hard and the horn can pierce any skin. So yeah, they can kill a lion, they have killed a lion, and because it's their immortal enemy, they always have to defend themselves, and they do kill them sometimes. Although the lions usually has the upper hand, they do kill a good number of, look at those horns. Very different from any that we've been seeing. That is now a female. Look at the middle. You don't see much of that, what we call keratin or horn. You don't see it. That is a female. I hope, we can pick up a male that will stand out like that. Definitely that's a female. And the ears are so funny placed, they're under the horns. Most of the animals are usually above. These ones are under. And they're not striped. You might think they're striped. It's only that they have thicker hairs in one area than the other. Yes, beautiful. Look at that. That's a beautiful, gorgeous female. Very inquisitive. Looking at me is like, hey. DJ, you ask if the horns are heavy. Yes, they are heavy. They are heavy. Only buffalo can carry them. But if you are to pick up a fresh one, they're quite heavy. They can weigh up to around 20 kilos together with the skull. So they're quite heavy. They're only meant to be carried by buffalo. Yes, that's another female with funny looking horns behind there, and that's a calf. Probably maybe 2 months. Look at the horns, they're quite interesting. They will get the shape later on, at around 1 year. They're getting more tense, and so there's more movement off to my left. Yeah, this is a very good number. I estimate, if I look clearly, this could be an easy 200 plus, and lots of young ones. It's really nice to see these many. Yeah, these are not, look at that male. That's a male and a female. You see the difference? Yeah, I hope you spotted that. Yeah, these guys never get friendly. Yeah, that's a male now. Look at the middle of the horns. It stands out. Very interesting. Okay, I'm moving on. Hopefully I can find something else for you.
We just had a classes cuckoo flying around here. Probably just came back. Oh my goodness, and it's now flown off. It was actually flying in between all these small trees and bushes. We're just waiting to see if it comes out again. Unfortunately, they don't even call this time of the year. Usually they call around October. Or generally they start to call around October. Let's just see if he comes out or not. He was flying in between all these small trees, catching insects inside. There. Oh no, that's looks like a common fiscal shrike. That's just flown past. Don't know if Craig can find him there. There he also flew off. Oh my goodness, lots of insect feeding birds around here. I wonder if there's quite a few insects that may be feeding on the vegetation around this area. Just trying to see if I can catch a glimpse of the classes cuckoo. It's got beautiful white stomach with green, almost like fluorescent green back on its back, and like the name suggests, are cuckoo, so they do also parasitize nests of other birds. I think I just saw him fly off just over the ridge. Oh well, it seems like he has disappeared. Oh, that is unfortunate. I think, yeah, we're going to keep on going and see. We actually came into this area looking for rhino, so I think we are going to keep on going and look for that, for some rhinos.
Well, good luck. It will be a good idea to see some rhinos. I was talking about rhinos earlier, especially the white rhinos being our second largest animals that we got here. Now, we got some toppies which have come close to the river, and you remember I was saying if there are three species of animals we'd likely see cross the river would either be wildebeest, zebras, or toppies. The only thing is they always play games with us, and they have taught us a lesson to be very patient when we come to the river. That's exactly what we're doing. Pretty sizable herd of about 10 of them, and they may choose either first to go for a drink or go for a drink and then cross. I'd be encouraged to believe they'll be crossing because the water levels have gone low. Gloria, you're wondering whether the migration takes the same route while they go back. Yes and no. We have come to this particular crossing point where we are, and we have seen wildebeest crossing from one side to the other and then reversing or backtracking the same way. Sometimes not. But in general, they have a clockwise movement all around the year. So they may cross the river, say south, going north at one point, and then use the same spot, north back to south, as they head to Serengeti, or use a totally different area. It always depends. And you get the migration will have small families in every group of wildebeest or zebras, and every time they take different decisions. And of course, we know there are other factors that might come in play. For example, if the water levels are very high, they may not choose the same point, or if they decide to take a particular route and they encounter predators, definitely they are going to change direction. But the bigger picture is what I said is a clockwise movement all around the year, non-stop. Toppies may choose first to have a little bit of maybe last bites of grass. William, very good. You are still with us at age 11. And yes, I mean, if the crocodiles are not very hungry, they may not go for the hippos. But of course, if they are, they'll definitely go for hippos. I'm sure, William, you may want to know that apart from the baby hippos or antelopes, like what you can see there, William, what you call the toppies, or zebras or wildebeest, the crocs will also eat fish. Is that exciting to know, William? And the main fish they would eat from this particular river is the catfish. Now, all the grass you see there, this is the usual elephant grass. And to me, it's very good to help solidify erosion, and we don't get to see the riverbank of the Mara River getting eroded with such tall grass. Something that moved in that grass there, I don't know what it was. It looked like a mongoose to me, but it just disappeared very quickly. Anyway, it could be anything, because it was something big. You would have seen those toppies taking off. William, I hope you can see the hippos and the toppies, how close they are. They have no issues between them. And both of them have a commonality of eating grass. Richard, you're asking if the hippos are nocturnal in the Masai Mara. Hippos are, yes, both nocturnal and diurnal. Diurnal, you'll see them during the day where they are. They are not as active as at night. So during the day, they're either on the riverbank, like where they are now, or in the water. And they have particular territories that they control. During the night, hippos are nocturnal. They'll be out of the water. And depending on how far the food is, sometimes you've seen them going up to 30 kilometers away from the water source or from their homes, if you call it that way, close to 20 miles, and then coming back. But while out of the water at night feeding, they will not have territories. So you'll get different groups, different schools, different pods, or different herds of hippos mixing together when they're feeding. But when they come in the water, they'll establish or they'll just keep to their own territories. Initially, we started with 2 hippos there, and now we've got about 5, and I'll not be surprised if we get a bigger number. Yeah, we've got more there, maybe another 4. So this particular herd, or this particular school of hippos, usually have about 20 to 30 when we see them all together. We'll see all cows and the dominant bull, sometimes a few sub-adult males. And I'm wondering why those toppies are going there, because I know that particular point they are is a bit steep if they may choose to cross the river from there. But again, you never know what they'll be looking for. And that's exactly how they behave when they keep moving from one point to the other until they make the decision to cross the river. Out here, if there's any one animal that I fear in Africa, I'll say anytime the hippopotamus. I mean, I have always thought if I find myself walking, in the African wilderness on foot without a gun or without a spear or without any weapon, I would, happy to meet any other animal but not the hippo. They usually look very, very harmless. They don't show any trigger signs. They don't give you any clear indication of what they may want to do. Their body language is subdued. But the moment they make a decision to attack you, you'll be surprised the pace and the time they take. Rescue buffaloes cross the river comfortably, and not as the wildebeest should do, or the zebras, or the toppies, but we have seen on very low levels of water, buffaloes crossing the river. And as we all know, they'll always cross for one reason, just to go and feed. Because if the area they were in had enough food, they'll come to the river, have a drink, and go back there. But occasionally, should they feel threatened by predators in the area they're in, they'll want to leave that particular area. And we say buffaloes, we do what we call mini migration. They do not cover the many thousands of kilometers the wildebeest, the zebras will cover, but they also move around to change locations. I'm just going to sit here and continue enjoying the rapids and hoping that those toppies are going to cross the river at one point.
So we kept on driving looking for rhinos, but instead we found some giraffe. And this one is chewing away and is picking his head up quite high there. And remember earlier we saw that impala with the bone in its mouth. So I wonder if he's got something similar going on here. If he's got a bone in his mouth there. Might be that he's just ruminating, but the very fact that he's picking his head up like that, maybe trying to often do that to try and see that, that they're trying to get the bone to the molars in the back of his mouth there. So I think that that big bull there is also trying to chew away at the bones. So it's a big bull. You can just see the round, bold spots on top of his horns there and how thick his horns are. The one on the left-hand side. And then the one on the right, that looks like it is a female that's there next to him. Just by looking at how thin her neck is compared to his, and also the little black tufts of fur on top of her horns. That is so cool, seeing two different species of animals chewing bones in just a short amount of time. You'll see how he's like opening his mouth quite wide, trying to turn the bone in his mouth. So that we would not have been seeing if he was just ruminating. So it just shows you how the front teeth of a giraffe is really just used to bite off things, not for chewing at all. Just like us, they use their back molars to grind away at their food, trying to grind away at that bone for some extra minerals and Chris, you're asking if they ever swallow the bones. I don't think so. Not the whole bone though. I think they grind away and there's probably small pieces that obviously get swallowed, but not big bones or big pieces of bone. I think they are not, their stomachs are probably not developed to digest big deposits of bone like that. It's only like bits of grinding away and small pieces going down their throat. Oh, look at that. How cool is that? Bit of interaction between the two there. Maybe she can smell that bone in his mouth. He's not keen to share though, it seems. Quite interesting behavior, seeing a female rubbing up her head against the bull like that. Butterfly, you're asking if these giraffe are a couple. It's possible. The fact that this is quite a big bull and he's hanging around with quite a few females, he's probably hanging around here because there's a female that's in estrus, and the fact that this one is so close to him and so relaxed with him being around, let's say if she moves away and he follows closely, then it's very, very possible indeed. Oh, she's going straight for those small trees there to see if I can identify what they're feeding on there. They're unfortunately so far away, it's quite difficult to say. But you can see that bush is just the right height. Did you guys see how she pushed her tongue out, trying to grab the leaves with her tongue and pulling it into her mouth? This bull keeps on shaking his head. I wonder if he's got some ticks or something in his ears that's maybe irritating him a bit. How interesting is it how different their spots are towards each other. His is way more geometric like shapes and hers is more broken up and very erratic. But for now I think we'll just hang around here and see what these giraffe get up to.
Yeah, you never know what happens so long as you remain quietly there. As I am also doing here, waiting for my toppies to see if they are going to cross the river. Maybe yes, maybe not, who knows? It has been such a lovely morning to all of you viewers, and we are truly very thankful to CGTN for the digital safari, and we are not going to stop continuing to bring you these wonderful moments, because again we shall be here tomorrow morning. But in the meantime, we want to find out if those toppies are going to cross the river.
So just as you left us, the bull on the left-hand side dropped the bone. And it seems like, look, his head wants to go down. Let's see if he picks another bone up. Oh no, he's just scratching himself. Seems like there's quite a bit of insects that's irritating him. He keeps on shaking his head. Wonder if there's some flies that's biting him around there. Let's see if he goes back and picks up a bone, maybe where he found the other one. Seems like he's like almost looking down towards the ground. Oh, no, just staring in the distance. I wonder if he can maybe hear or see something moving around in the little valley below. And no, seems like they... Horslavi is saying their spot patterns are so different. It is so true, and it's interesting how they are so unique. This female with the almost like blotches everywhere, and he's got nice geometric shapes on him. See, his neck is bent around, and he's just scratching himself there. I can just see that female's tongue going out so far. He's just coming across now, also going to the bushes it seems that she's feeding on. But I think we are going to leave these giraffe, and then we'll also see you all this afternoon again. Same time, same place. Goodbye.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Jumbo Jumbo and hello everybody. A very warm welcome to our afternoon drive. We are in the Masai Mara of Kenya with that beautiful scenery of the savannah and some elephants for you. Welcome aboard to your very own safari, live from the African bush. One more time, a very warm welcome to our safari, and currently we are in the Masai Mara Game Reserve of Kenya, and my name is David, and on camera with me this afternoon is Bungei. Bungei, how are you, sir? And we're very excited to have all of you on board. This is a great start for the afternoon drive. And remember, we are coming to you live, and we like to be engaged with questions and comments because you'll be able possibly to answer you in real time. And you can tweet to us using hashtag WorldEarth. A rather warm afternoon, 28 degrees Celsius here in the Masai Mara, or 83 degrees Fahrenheit. Look at that baby elephant. It's having an afternoon, early dinner, I would say. And very good to start with a herd of elephants on this safari. And you can tell a sign of rain here because these elephants look like they've got a bit of mud on their body. And my big plans today is to try and get as many elephants as I can and possibly get a cat. I'm just thinking today to get a leopard for all of you.